Hello, family. How are you, Snetheads? Good to see you. I am delighted to be here with you this evening. I'm broadcasting to you from Los Angeles, California. My name is David Snedeker, as many of you know. And if you're new here, welcome. We love our newbies who are either have just found us and are in their awakening journey or are just beginning their awakening journey or have been well aware of the happenings on the planet for a very long time. This is a community that welcomes all folks that are looking for answers to questions, and we believe that we ask a lot of the same questions, and we've found a lot of the answers to those questions, and of course we continue to search for answers to questions. The biggest thing I could tell you about our show, our broadcast, our Truthcast, is that we are a hive mind. So many of you are sending in information because that is the best way. Literally, we have here on this Truthcast, known as the IndoctriNATION, we have more researchers than CNN, ABC, NBC, all the mainstream media combined. We have over, I think we're somewhere in the ballpark between 40 and 50,000 views an evening. or a day, 24-hour period until the next broadcast. We normally get between 2,500 and 3,000 live, and a lot of information is coming in to our team from around the world, and we are busy researching those things and things in addition to that. So we feel, based on the information that we've had, that we are the tip of the spear. And while the tip of the spear is not necessarily always exactly on target, it is still able to penetrate and pierce the lies that we are continuously projected with from the mainstream media, the cabal, the deep state. That means to keep us in the dark so that they continue to do what they do out in the open and in the dark. And that's not going to happen anymore, because too many of you beautiful human beings are awake to what is happening in the world, and we're just not going to put up with this anymore. And so that's an exciting time to be alive, isn't it? While we together come together in a community, and we research, we cry, we laugh, we dig, and but we connect with other like-minded human beings. And the thing I'll tell you about our audience here, who lovingly refer to themselves as Snedheads, and I am the head Sned, and is that our community, that we are free thinkers. We are not locked into Donald Trump. We're not locked into Q. We're not locked into any particular narrative, other than that we are seeking the truth to the things around us, and we are basically finding that a lot of the answers that we're to the questions we're asking are found with the amazing communication that we're getting from the 17, or as we call Q, and which I'll refer to 17 the rest of the evening. And so the great thing about 17 that I want to tell you is that there is no question in my mind, there's no question in Todd Giedeminski's mind, and Cindy Johnson's mind, in all the mods and the Snedheads, that that 17 has predicted the future many times, as long as 3.5 years ago, predicting what would happen today, and then communicating with us through POTUS, through Scavino, through Pompeo, communicating through us. And Michelle, tell her, yes, it's me. Tell her hello. Your 11-year-old just said, is that Dave? So we are absolutely convinced, based on the predictions we've seen and the things that have happened, that 17 is real, and 17 is a high-level intelligence community. I don't know if it's 10 or more, but 17 has told us that less than 10 know everything. And so that would lead us to believe certainly the core of what 17 represents is 10 people, and 3 civilian, 7 military. And so we follow that because we are basically, I see what's happening here as a timeline. And we know that Tesla was able to see into the future, or travel into the future. At least he said he said he had perfected that. But we don't know for sure. But this is also a man that didn't brag about things, because he was able to, do incredible things, pull electricity out of the air, transfer electricity in the soil. This man screwed a light bulb into the soil and made it light. This man was on another level. Some even say that he he was not from this earth, but he invented the radio and so many other things that he invented and spoke about. And so we don't know if Uncle John Trump, when the FBI called him in, the FBI Department of Alien Property called John Trump in because he was an MIT scientist to figure out if he could find out what Tesla was up to. And he came away with not a lot of information for the FBI, but we feel that maybe he came away with information privately that he shared with his family. And so we don't know how or why, but we know about Yellow Cube, we know about Project Bluebeam, U.S. Special projects that you and I don't necessarily hear about. And so, but somehow, some way, if you imagine this timeline that we're on, and that there are multiple timelines of different decisions that we make, and you make, and I make, and it's almost, imagine like a software program. I'll get into more of this deeper later when we're not focused so much on these worldly events, but I see that we're on multiple timelines, and that you and I are on this timeline right now, and I believe that 17 has been able to jump forward into the future and is giving us this information, this whole foundational information of exposure of these people that are doing really, really horrendous things to humanity, so that we can share this information and shift this timeline. Because the only reason that somebody that has gone into the future is coming back to tell us certain things is because what they've seen in the future is not good if we continue on this direction, this timeline. And so to come back to us and tell us things and show us things that blow us out of the water, because we cannot believe that 17 is so accurate with the things that they've shared with us. So to come back to this timeline and lay this foundation of Socratic questions to the tune of almost 5,000 drops over the past 3.5 years, is my belief is that we are to gather that information as best we can and to shift our destiny on this particular timeline to another timeline. And the Great Awakening that happened in 2020 and continues to this day, I believe is going to be that shift that we need as humanity to shift into a different timeline, so that the end result is fantastic. And I believe that's the only reason that anybody of good intention would ever come back to lay the groundwork. And does Q have good intention? I believe so. Why? Because there's never been a data dump. There's never been this much information, detailed connections of the people that are taking advantage of humanity and hurting humanity. There's never been this much information that points to who's doing what. And there's never been this much information that was accumulated because of the questions, the Socratic questions that 17 was asking. So, throughout the course of human history, people in power have kept the information to themselves so that they could control you and me. Let's put this in the basement of the Vatican. Let's put this in the archives in Washington, D.C. Let's classify this information so that we can keep it from the American public. Let's lie to the population about UFO sightings, which have been ridiculous amount of UFO sightings, guys. Now, do I think a lot of them are us? Yeah, absolutely. Like our military that is doing things, our secret space program, I believe is out of Bethesda, Maryland, has now become the Space Force, I believe. But and all that money that we've been losing, like the $3 trillion that went missing before 9/11, the day before 9/11, I think it was 2.3 trillion. That was missing, that Rumsfeld said we don't know what happened to it. And then the next morning, the two locations where that accounting was that spot at the Pentagon that got that missile strike, which they claimed was a jet, which we know it wasn't, and Building 7, which was controlled demolition. That's a fact. There are thousands and thousands of architects and engineers that have said that exact thing. There's a report out of University of Washington that said the exact same thing, that there's no way physically that Building 7 could have dropped free fall without the implosions that they do, the explosions to implode the building. And Larry Silverstein, the owner of the leases, basically said to pull it. He actually said those words, and that's a demolition term, pull it. So they made sure everyone was out of the building, and they pulled it. So, okay, if you want to do that to your own building, just don't tell the whole world that it was done by Muslims from Saudi Arabia, when it wasn't. It wasn't. But it was enough to kickstart a nonstop war against terrorism. People, the powers that be got tired of going to war with somebody and then beating them, then you didn't have war for a while. Then you had to make up another war. So they got tired of doing that. So they figured, well, how could we make a war that was nonstop? That was ongoing. Well, let's not make it against a country. Let's not make it against some kind of dictator that once we capture him, the war is over. Let's make it about an ideology. Let's make it a war against terrorism. And if you look at all the other wars that our U.S. government, our fake corporate government that has been fake and corporate since 1871, but if you go back to the 70s and you look at Nixon and the war on drugs, how are we doing on that war? The war on poverty, how are we doing on that war? The war on hunger, how's that war going? Okay? Look at all the wars that we create, and one of the reasons that these don't work is because what we resist persists. What we focus on, what we go to war with, and how we do that is going to escalate, is going to magnify. So a war on terror is only going to magnify, especially when you consider that we're fighting terror with terror. And so this is how the powers that be that have controlled us for a long time continue to do so. And so when we have situations like a 9/11 that point us to this cabal that means to enslave us, and when you have all of these resources that have been used against humanity, what a breath of fresh air when you have a group of people that come along and show us exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it and who's doing it, and helps us to spread this information so that we can all learn about the truth of what is going on in the world around us, and we can come together and shift this timeline forever and enter a new planet that even we maybe didn't think possible. And in order to do that, we have to take out the people that are steering us in the direction that 17 and a whole lot of truth is trying to steer us away from. So no matter the timeline, because we are not meant to know enough information or have enough information to know the timeline, simply because if we knew the timeline, that means the deep state, the cabal, knows the timeline, and they can enact many different things to make life even more difficult for us. One example, and this is speculation, it's not proven, but one example of that is that many of us expected there to be arrests at the time of the inauguration. Well, it's been speculated that there was a nuclear weapon threat from China, and that Trump allowed the inauguration to go forward, which was fake, which was completely fabricated, and that we needed to hold off on the arrest for right now. Now, I don't know if I believe that or not, because now that I see Biden so-called playing White House, by the way, I don't believe they're in the White House. We've seen many examples of that Biden is in a fake Oval Office. Many examples, by the way. And why isn't Kamala Harris, why isn't she in the executive office next door to the White House, which is where the vice president lives? She's going to the Blair House, saying that the executive office is undergoing renovations or something, repairs. Why was, President Obama, supposedly President Biden and his wife, why were they locked out of the White House? Because they got rid of the doorman. Yes, I get that. But do you really think that they wouldn't have had a replacement or made sure that somebody knew when he was coming and when to open it? They would have had that dialed in. The president, the first time he's supposed to enter his new home, and supposedly 80 million people voted for him, so a lot of people are going to be let down that you don't let him in the door. It doesn't make any sense, which tells us that the white hats are in control, that patriots are now in control. Panic in D.C. I believe that, and I believe that the other thing that 17 was able to see off into the distance is that they had to figure out how to wake everybody up, because the indoctrination is so thick, so deep, so pervasive, and so invasive in every human on this planet. And only those who are able to separate themselves from it and see it for what it truly is have been able to shatter the indoctrination and live a different world where they seek truth. They don't wait for the propaganda to be spoon-fed to us. And so we have a different vibration, we have a different frequency. But different frequency and higher frequency is also the frequency of what is happening with the fact that many that we love are still in the indoctrination, and so we're drawn back into that 3D world, that conflict, but also in this new vibration, this new frequency, in order to learn about all the things that are happening that are wrong with the world, we need to go into those dark rooms. And those dark rooms have some really negative energy, really negative frequency. And so it's really important that as we dive into these, as we go down these so-called rabbit holes, that we're able to come out and replenish and just wash ourselves of it. And that once we're convinced, I'll tell you something that I do, that once I'm convinced of a certain rabbit hole that's really disgusting, excuse me, and really troubling, I don't need to keep going there to convince myself that it exists. I don't need to keep going back and back and back, because I know it exists. I know who's doing it. I know we're on our way to fixing it and making sure that we're seeking justice for all those involved. So I don't need to keep going down that rabbit hole. But to go into that darkness and then to come out of that darkness, we need to refresh, we need to replenish, we need to meditate, we need to pray, and make sure that when we go into these places, that we are pretty much strong with the armor of God. Not pretty much, but strap on the armor of God and just absolutely protect ourselves from the evil. And that's what this boils down to. This is good versus evil. This is, I believe, and one of the reasons why we're doing shows basically every night, with the exception of 2 Sundays over the past 2 weeks, and doing long hours, because I do believe that we are in a spiritual battle, spiritual war. And I find it very, very powerful to come together as a group and as a community and to connect and replenish and download some new info, and then go back out into the world and share that info. Anything I say to you here is you can take with you and share it. Share it. Obviously, I'd like you to credit the me and the broadcast, or Todd or Cindy, but we're crediting you guys when you bring us information. But I don't care. Like, if you just make it your own and share the hell out of it, because this is the way we need to spread the information. And the more, by the way, you might think I'm powerful, that I can reach a lot of people with my voice and awaken a lot of people, and I'm very honored to have had the opportunity to do that. But you'd be surprised that when somebody that normally posts about birthdays and sports and pies and get-togethers and things like that, a lot of those people don't want to post about the New World Order, don't want to post about the things that are happening in the world. But I tell you what, when that person decides this is too important, the children are being stolen, the children are being trafficked, the children are being raped, the children are being murdered every single day. Thousands. Every single day. And when that person that finally wakes up to the reality that that is happening, and all you got to do is go to the statistics of missing children to see the sheer numbers, to know that that is our biggest problem that we have on the planet right now. The biggest problem by far. Because every single one of those are innocent lives that are snuffed before they've had a chance to blossom. So when you come to that realization that it's time for me to get off my ass, stand up, and be vocal about what's happening on this planet, wow, is that powerful? Is that powerful? And every voice that steps up and says something and says no more, every voice that does that adds on, adds on, adds on, and we are shifting into that new timeline where the end of that timeline is not even an end, it's a continuation, but the near future of that timeline is fantastic. And Cynthia's been asking about Nasara Jasara, and I'll get into that a little bit right now because I want to talk to you about what's going to be fantastic about that. In the past, the people that have controlled us have been primarily the people in control of the money. Okay? We've heard Mayor Rothschild say, "I care not who makes the laws and enforces them in a country. I only care that I control the money." I'm paraphrasing, but this was his intent, that I control the money and everything else will take care of itself. And that's how these central banks have been able to control humanity, especially through debt slavery. Okay? Honestly, could you stop working tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day after that without any help, without any government assistance, or without anybody else helping you? My guess is most of you, the answer is no. That's the answer for me. So that's having to do something that we might not necessarily want to do. And that is absolutely a form of slavery. And that is the debt slavery of being under a huge pile of debt that was given to us at our birth through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 that puts us on the hook for every dollar that's created and put into the monetary system through private banks and the government. You and I are on the hook for that. And it's a lot of money. It's nearing 6 figures per person if it's not already. So that begins. So we begin our life under that kind of debt that is all paid out through our income tax, which is basically like working 4 months, the first 4 months out of the year. Think about it. You're almost at the end of January. For somebody else, the first 4 or 5 months out of the year, depending on your tax bracket, you're working for somebody else. So we're here at the end of January. So every day you've worked in January has been for somebody you don't even know. February, March, getting into spring, and here comes April, and you're still working and paying money to somebody you don't even know. Do you see the problem there, the inherent problem with a civilization that has been convinced through the indoctrination, through the absolute mass indoctrination, that that's okay, that that's normal, that we should be glad our taxes are less than they were a year ago or 2 years ago? Or, but that's okay because I'm making more money now. Or that's okay because I have a second job. Do you understand that when we get finished working at the end of a day and are ready to collapse into a chair and just veg out in front of the TV or just relax, that we don't really have time for a revolution? And it wasn't until everybody was forced to stay home that people started making time for a revolution and started seeking out answers to questions that were popping up because nothing made sense. Look at all the states now that are opening up restaurants and pulling back all these restrictions that were absolutely violating our constitutional rights. Look at this. Look what we're seeing now. Lori Lightfoot of Chicago, Cuomo from New York that are saying, Newsom, we got to open up. We got to help these businesses. Really? You got to help these businesses? You pieces of shit. You have destroyed businesses through insane practices and insane restrictions that make no sense whatsoever. Put your mask back on between bites of food in a restaurant? Folks, this has become so absurd that it is completely delineating those who are seeing things for what they are and those who are completely indoctrinated. And that gap is getting wider and wider and wider. But people keep coming over upon realization. They keep coming over. And as a result, in the past year, 1 year, more people have awakened to the reality of the indoctrination and that they have been lied to for a very long time. More people have awakened to that reality than ever before in human history. That is something to get very excited about. Whether or not things happen on the timeline that you were hoping for and the exact things that you were hoping for, whether they happen on that timeline or not, matters not so much to me because of the sheer number of people just like you and me that are now awake and having conversations that we never thought we'd have. We're having real conversations now. And sure, there's still a lot of people that are deeply indoctrinated, but folks, this is shifting. I don't know if you feel it. Do you feel a shift? Jersey John says, Florida's open. Come on down. I'm thinking about getting over there myself, man. Yeah. Deb, 5 governors sent CV positive back into the nursing homes. I've said it before, folks, and I'm doubling down. They're going to prison. And maybe worse. We're not going to let them get away with that. And the people whose job it is, and I've said this many times, old school snetheads know this very, very well. Here's the thing. When a law is broken, like the governors, sending those people back into the nursing homes with positive CV and infecting others and killing beautiful humans that were part of the greatest generation this country and maybe this planet has ever witnessed. Those governors broke laws, and as a result, it's somebody's job to prosecute, to arrest and prosecute, fair trial, unless of course it's treason, then it's a military tribunal. But a DOJ, fair trial for crimes against humanity. And the person that doesn't do that, whose job it is to do it, well, guess what? If they don't do that job, now there are 2 people that have broken the law. And now we'll go after both of them. Once you have this information that has broken free out of from behind the curtain with which they try to hide it, there's no putting it back. There's no putting this information back. We're taking them out. legally. Every bit of it. See, when you're in the right legally, there's no reason to break the law. But we will make sure that the ones who are breaking the law, all of the people that are breaking the law, are held accountable. We're not going back to 5 years from now, 5 years ago, or 2 years ago, or 6 years ago, 20 years ago. We're not going back there where the people in power were not held accountable for the crimes that they committed. We're not going back there. We're stepping into a new paradigm of accountability. And that's what I feel shifting. Because when you've got people dumping like the True Great Awakening and like Frogman, and you've got all these beautiful people and Ghost Ezra and all these people that are Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell and Giuliani that are dropping like real information, devastating information. The D class, the Hunter laptop, what WikiLeaks has done, what James O'Keefe at Project Veritas has done. We are exposing these sons of bitches, okay? We're exposing them all for the piece of shits that they are. And guess what? The more we can expose them, the less they're going to ever be able to walk down a street in these United States or even on this planet and buy a cup of coffee on a Sunday morning. We don't serve your kind here. What's your kind? People who have committed horrendous acts against humanity. They will be ridiculed. They will be held up as an example of what our children, what we don't want our children to ever be. Those are the people that are in power right now. They are not role models for our children. And then when you got the NFL and the NBA pulling this social justice worrying bull, I'm not watching it. I heard there were some great games this weekend. You know what? Fuck them. I'm not watching it. I'm not watching any of it. Because they're a part of the problem. And I'm not about to be a part of that problem. And until we wake up to the fact that we are supporting our own demise, we are financing our own demise on this planet, until we wake up to that fact, we will never change. It is the bread and circus. It is the Colosseum. It is the Colosseum. There's a lot of people, a lot of snetheads, a lot of beautiful people that are taking this stand with me. No question. Okay? I'm not hooked up to anything. I'm not hooked up to any live television. I pick and choose what I want to watch, when I want to watch it, just like I do with my news. I am not going to be subjected to the indoctrination. And all of these people that are lying to us are going to pay a severe price, because they are a part of the deception that has enslaved humanity, and we are rising. We are rising. This is not a pep talk, folks. No, I'm sorry. This isn't a motivational speech. That's not what I do here. I don't give you false hope and try to rah-rah, fire you up for 10 minutes. No, I am telling you that something you already see, you already feel. We are rising up. And we will no longer be enslaved. We will no longer be treated the way that we have been treated. And part of that rising up is what's called Nasara and Jasara. And I'm going to touch on it just a bit, but here's what it looks like. There is nobody really knows what it's really going to look like when it's all said and done. Just so you know, folks, I don't care who you are or where you're getting your information, but I have no interest in, secret information or I got a secret source. Let me explain something to you. Anybody that is involved, okay, in the Nasara, Jasara, okay, can't talk about it. With my involvement in it, I've had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And quite honestly, the information that I know isn't really that special. It's not something that you can't find somewhere on the internet, honestly. So for me to have an NDA about my particular process is what they're most concerned about. And I've been involved in this loop for a little over a decade. And just so you know, we've been told that it's happening for a long time. We've been told it's happening soon, it's happening soon. So I don't get too caught up in when it's actually going to happen for us now, but I will tell you this, and I'll tell you why. If there's an absolution of debt, like a lot of debt is going to go away. There's going to be money that we get monthly, okay, that are going to be able to take care of the things that are weighing us down now. The electric bill, the gas bill, the mortgage, the rent, the phone bill, the water bill, the trash pickup, the car license, all of these things, the license for fishing, the license for hunting, the license for this, the license to do anything we should be able to do naturally anyway. And so this weighs down on us and it chips away at our freedom. And so those kind of things are going to be taken care of with a stipend, a financial stipend. So the base level, I talked to a guy this morning, gentleman was homeless. And I said, "What's going on, man?" He says, "I just lost my car. I was living in my car." And I says, what happened? He said, "Well, I didn't have the registration updated. And so when they got me, they impounded my car, which was my home. And now I got to get it out of impound." Because he didn't have a registration, which in California is really damn expensive. And now he's homeless because he was living in his car, which could be considered homeless, but at least he's got something that's blocking the wind and the rain and the elements. So that's a baseline that is unacceptable to me, and I know to many of you as well. I drove here from work under an overpass, and there was homeless tents on both sides. To me, that is unacceptable. Now, if somebody wants to be homeless and wants to be out on the street, I know there's people that want to do that, but we can't group them all in that category. There are people that are out there that want a home, they want a warm bed. That needs to be a baseline for humanity, period. End of story. That's not socialism, by the way. Okay? What that is that we have had money stolen from us by the banks that is going to be returned to us. And we're going to have a fiat currency removed and replaced with an asset-backed currency, gold, silver, so that we don't have the inflation. If I had in my hand right now a dollar from, let's call it 1933, a silver dollar, peace dollar, back then you could buy a loaf of bread, milk, eggs, and have a nice meal for $1, for silver dollar. Today, if I pulled out a paper dollar, I wouldn't even be able to get a cup of coffee. Maybe buy 1 egg, 2 eggs. That's it. But if I had that same silver dollar, which is worth somewhere in the ballpark of low 20s, I'd be able to get eggs, milk, bread. I'd be able to get all that with that same silver dollar. That is why we have to have asset-backed currency, because there is no inflation on asset-backed currency. There's only inflation on the money that has nothing backing it, that they keep printing over and over and over again. And so here we are in the situation which is going to involve a global currency reset. And when you hear the word the Great Reset, I want to be very clear about something. The Great Reset is a cabal construct. The Great Reset is an attempt at getting all of us humans injected with this vaccine that also has nanoparticles in it that can be used to pay for things with a swipe of a hand, because it gets in us and it makes us closer to AI, artificial intelligence. They are taking us away from our humanity and our connection with nature, and this is just one more step. And with that step, and we have, with the Great Reset, we would be given, an electronic currency that if we are, instead of getting kicked off of Facebook for a month, like we've been kicked off from live streaming and also from YouTube, instead of that, David Snedeker is speaking out against the banks, and guess what? Boom. Flick of a switch, and I have no money. And nor can I buy, sell, or trade in an environment that everybody else is buy, selling, and trading in. That's the Great Reset. That's the control mechanism over humanity. But a global currency reset, which instills an asset-backed currency, is an entirely different story, because every dollar that you have is backed by an asset, and therefore it does not appreciate. It does not. It does appreciate. It does not inflate. And so that's a part of the Nasara, which is national. Jasara is global. And this is about where we get money monthly. We get this stipend. We get debt absolved. We pay no more income tax, because those taxes were going straight to the bankers that we don't know. We know who they are, but we don't know them personally. That why would I give money to some guy I don't even know, who's not even representing us? He just figured out, they figured out a scam back in 1913, and now we're all subject to that scam. So this is shifting. This is a whole. It's going to be an amazing time to be alive, and we're going to have to be able to live not only without the evil characters that are doing horrendous things to humanity on our watch. They're going to be gone. So we're going to be able to live this world without them. There will always be evil that pops its ugly head up, because it runs through all of us. And but there will be a justice and accountability that we have not seen before on this planet. And then we will have the Nasara and Jasara, which will transform humanity. And that's the kind of world that we're stepping into. That's the kind of world that we're creating. The reason why 17 has given us all this information, there's only one reason. You call a timeout in a basketball game, the only people that get to play for the end of the game, to win the game, are the people in that huddle The coaches, the trainer, the managers, and the players. That's it. The boosters, no. The fans, nope. Cheerleaders, Scorekeeper, no. Friends of the coach, nope. We got to huddle. We communicate so the other team doesn't hear us, and we go out and we execute the strategy to win the game. Why has 17? Why has POTUS? Why has Pompeo? Why has Scavino? Why have they included us in this timeout huddle up? Why? Because they understand the power of the multitude. They understand the power of numbers. When we pray together, when we meditate together, when we focus on one thing and we go in that direction, that will shift this timeline into a new timeline with an incredible, incredible end time. When I say end time, I mean instead of what we're about to face on the current path, we are going to face something very beautiful on the other path. That's why we're here. That's why we're engaged in this war. That's why it's so important to share information. Verify, challenge, verify, and share information with others. That there's no better thing we can do, because we can win this war. And when every other war meant taking a weapon and bludgeoning the opposition, or killing the opposition, or blowing up the opposition, every war that's ever been waged has been that. And we have the opportunity to do it with this. This is real, because this is information. And the only way they've been able to enslave humanity is by the control of the information, the control of the narrative. And we have taken that control in their desperate acts of cutting us off Facebook, cutting us off all these different platforms, shutting down Amazon, shutting down Parler's server. All on a false narrative, by the way, on the Capitol, the siege on the Capitol that was supposedly instigated, or that President Trump, in the words of Chuck Schumer, President Trump incited an erection on that Wednesday. The white hats have a great sense of humor, folks. Why? Because they want us to enjoy the show. The inauguration was a show. We've seen the video of one angle where there's a girl in white, the granddaughter. The other angle, she's gone. The audio is the same. The cut was just one cut to another, supposedly live. Not the case. Everything about that inauguration, folks, the buttons, the military uniform without insignia, without medals, that was standing between the president and his wife and the vice president and her husband, supposedly. All right, everything, none of it makes sense. Where's Roy Blunt? One angle to another, gone, completely gone. This is not fabricated. This was not CGI'd, okay? Unless it was by the white hats to show us, because what they're trying to do is give you and I clues that this is not real. This is not real. And by the way, it doesn't take a man to say, I saw the inauguration 10 hours earlier, like Charlie Ward said, to bring a focus to this that we need to focus on. Which, by the way, I have gotten verification that Charlie Ward did not see that ahead of time and that he lied about it. And I have heard that he's possibly going to come out with an apology and a retraction. Or, if I'm wrong, Charlie, please produce the evidence that you saw that. You've got a timestamp. Why didn't you share it with your audience? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I don't buy anybody that says they talk to Q. I don't buy anybody that says they have secret information that they're getting. Because guess what? The people who have the secret information have to hold on to it. Otherwise, they're revealing too much. Also, one of the reasons why 17 saw into the future, right? We know that. Why do you think 17 said no outside comms? Because 17 knew that there was going to be these types of people that come forward and claim secret knowledge. Secret knowledge. Oh, I can't tell you who my source is. No. Secret knowledge. We don't need that. We don't need that. Because people are trying to figure out what's going on, and we need to stick with what we know. And we don't have to know. We don't have to predict exactly when. We just need to know that it's going to happen and trust that it's going to happen, because we are doing everything in our power to make sure it happens. That's what the engagement is all about. That's why 17 needed to engage us, because they need us engaged in this process to shift this timeline, to shift our future. You want a Tesla? Do you want a Tesla? Guess what? Rip a picture out of a magazine and put it up on your bathroom mirror and look at it every single day and picture yourself driving it and picture yourself getting work, getting the kind of money that you can go buy one and put a down payment down and do the monthly payments. Picture yourself taking it to the car wash and talking about it. Picture yourself driving it down your favorite road. Picture yourself getting your friends, picking them up and going out for an ice cream in your new Tesla. Picture the color, the interior, feel the interior. That's how we manifest reality in our own world. And if we are able to manifest our reality through visualization and owning it and feeling it, then we can do that with our future. And that's why we have been called into this timeout, in this huddle, by the greatest information download in the history of humanity. Let's use that to our advantage and not let outside comms distract us as best we can. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. And cheers. Cheers, everybody. Happy Monday. All right. Thank you, David, for not doing that to us. I don't believe they're telling truth when they say they have secret connections. I believe they say that to increase their numbers. Guess what, Beverly? That increases their numbers. Yep. If I wanted to increase my numbers tomorrow or today, I'd say, hey, come here. Listen, you can't tell anybody, but I got some intel. I got a call yesterday, and I got some intel, and this is what's going to go down, and no, my numbers would shoot through the roof. Okay, their numbers won't stay there. Thank you, thanks, Dave. Great monologue. Hi, Sneds from Peter and McHenry, Illinois. So exciting. God wins. They have it all. Senate is the key. Enjoy the show. That's awesome. Yes, absolutely. Rachel, was it about visualization tonight? What do you mean? Part of it is absolutely we need to visualize. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Robert, hi Dave. Saw Mahoney chatting earlier and he touched on Charlie, texted him, but he never picked up. I have zero proof that's true or false other than him speaking in a video. Happy to find and sit vid. Yeah, Robert, thank you. Yeah. Again, if he's got it, awesome, because that gives us even more clarification that it would. But we already know it was produced. We already know that the sun at 12 o'clock does not cast a shadow longer than the body itself, and that's exactly what happened with on that Sunday. The way the shadows were cast, it wasn't 12:03. It wasn't 11, 47 or 43, right? Kurt, yes, thank you. I won, Joe. I'll do that in Gematria. Thanks, Kurt, for reminding me of that, my good man. So guys, listen, I'm very positive about, I'll tell you who I listen to, LT, and we know, the X22, David X22. So many great people out there giving real fabulous information. Frog on Twitter right now. Just some really great intel. The True Great Awakening, by the way, on Telegram. Okay. By the way, on Telegram we are the IndoctriNATION. So please look us up on Telegram, the IndoctriNATION. Okay. And I did do this. I just didn't show you guys probably. Okay. So, all right. So I got it pulled up and I'll go to it. It's one of my first ones. All right. Scott McKay, Jay, love Scott. Absolutely. Yeah, they keep cutting Frog off Twitter and he keeps coming back. But Frog's also on Telegram too, guys. Let's see. Sheila, thank you for the prayers. Miracles are possible. Sheila, much love and prayers to you. I don't know what's going on. I didn't see that, but I'm glad that the SNET are on it and praying for you. Christian, I just deactivated my Twitter account today. I don't miss it one bit. Thank you, Christian, for that, because here's the thing, folks. 17 also told us to not leave the battlefield. And even though we don't want to support those that are, what I was talking about, like the NFL and things like that, me watching the NFL doesn't, it's not doing anything, okay, to bring awareness to what they're doing, right? But me getting on Twitter, I can still bring awareness to the wrong that Jack is doing, right? And me getting on these platforms on Facebook, it's still the battlefield. So 17 has specifically said, don't leave the battlefield. And that is because we can spread information through that battlefield, and especially with people that are getting cut off of Twitter, we're that much more important to be able to share this, right? Let's see. Okay, thanks, Kurt. The office of Donald J. Trump created today. I think it was the office of the former president, isn't it, Beth? Telegram is good. Nita, yeah, what is it? So it doesn't let us share off Telegram, is that right? It's getting a little cold in here. So damn exciting, Dave. The Linwood call the other night was fantastic. Folks, wasn't that amazing? Everyone's been raving about that. That Linwood call, when he called in, and he was on that Zoom call. Thank you, Barbara. Gotcha. He was on that. Diane, what is LT's website? I think it's andweknow.com, Diane. And if it's not, please let us know. Somebody here knows, because I've been talking about LT for years. You can share from Telegram, Christine? Okay, good. I gotta figure it out better. Yeah, wasn't that awesome? Okay. The internet is our battlefield, but also the internet is the war zone, right? But then every war has different battlefields, and Twitter's a battlefield, Facebook, all these different platforms are battlefields. All these different platforms are battlefield. Yes, yeah. I've got that, Sheila. I've got that. I'm gonna show that. Office of the Seal of the Office of Donald J. Trump. Christy, will you mind sending that to me? And by the way, I'm going to turn on some heat here. Let me know how the sound is on that, guys. I just turned on the my another heater. It got cold today in Southern California. Real men wear pink. Looks great on you. Thank you, Sonia. Sonia. Thank you. I love pink. Yeah, it's I enjoy it. Cool. So let's get to, yes, hold the line. That's what that phrase means. For everyone that goes down, 10 more replace them till they get back up. Tag your blocked warriors so stuff still shows on their pages. Yes. Folks, I have offered my platform. I've shared with people, secondary YouTube channels where you can find them. We've got to let the people know about these warriors out there that are really doing great work. Dave, why would we have major Chinook traffic the past few days over northeast Pennsylvania? Any thoughts? Well, Chris, there's a lot of military happenings right now, right? Whether it be National Guard or otherwise, and so I don't know specifically in northeast Pennsylvania, but certainly we think there's some arrests taking place. Now, one of the things I want to go to right now is let's see. Is that right, Renee? 666 is the 3-year delta for the Super Bowl. Interesting. What date is the Super Bowl? Is it February 5th or 7th? What date is that? Can you guys help me out on that? By the way, Mod Squad, my phone stopped working today, so I have no phone. So the shock collar that we set up on Sunday doesn't work because my phone is completely off. But hopefully I'll figure it out or get it fixed or something. But I've been out without my phone all day, which is also why I didn't call you, Todd and Cindy. 7th, so February 7th. Okay, awesome. So to go to, so I'll pull that up as well, and we'll go to February 7th, and that's 2018. And not seeing that. So not seeing that for the Super Bowl. Is that what you meant? That the 666 3-year delta is 2521 and refers to the Super Bowl? Renee, okay, so 2018. So that's a couple days before the Super Bowl, I'm guessing, right? And why is that not coming up? For some reason, I'll pull it up a little bit later, but I have that pulled up because I want to get to something else here first. Okay, so let me take you guys to something that several of you shared with me today. This particular one is from Jerry Lawler that I'm going to share with you. And but I tell you, folks, this is really, really intriguing. And I know many of you have seen this. And by the way, I know many of you, some of the stuff we cover, you haven't seen, some of the stuff you've seen. But it's more about, what I look for this whole broadcast. Listen, anybody can pump this information out, right? What I'm looking to do is to kind of consolidate it all and to bring a wisdom of, looking at this stuff for 14 years. Okay, and I had an epiphany, and last night talking with my friend Jazz, and we had a great conversation. I actually recorded it, and I'm trying to keep from losing it on my phone because my phone just died. But at any rate, it was really, uh, talking about somebody very dear to us that is very deep, knows about all of this, and has for decades and decades. A long time, a long time. And there are many of you who have awakened in the past year, have awakened in the past couple of months, have awakened in the past 5 years, 10 years, that are impatient. And I want to tell you this, it's not about you. It's not on your timeline. It's not about you and what's comfortable to you or what you're ready to tolerate. Because there are veterans. There are veterans that make me look like a newbie, and I've been awake going on 15 years. There are veterans that have lived with the realization of what's been happening on this planet by the cabal. And you know what? We would have loved to have you join us 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, because if you had gotten your head out of your ass then, this wouldn't be happening right now. So this is to kind of like just bring a realization that there are people that have been doing this and knowing about this for decades and decades and decades, and have seen the rest of society completely blinded to it because they've been indoctrinated. So when you start making it about you and saying, "Oh, I want it to happen and I'm ready for it to happen," and all this, it's not about you. It's not your timeline. Don't take that offensively. I'm telling you, there are people who have carried this burden for a very long time. Let's show some respect to them and the patience and the absolute tragedy of having to carry this kind of weight for that length of time. Let's please show them respect by holding the line, keeping the faith, and not crumbling and not collapsing like a cheap lawn chair every time something doesn't happen in the timeline that which we'd like to see it. Okay? All right. Let me get this up for you. Okay. So, folks, this was the White House. Okay. Last night, right? I believe it was yesterday, but in the early hours between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is about 2 minutes long. I want to show it to you, and then we'll chat about it. Okay. So this is the White House.
A quick little rundown of what just happened. Let's see. I got here about 2 hours ago. See this shit. Which that's.
By the way, there are people out there that think that these may be gallows. I'd love to think that too, that these are gallows for hanging people, for hanging traitors.
It's pretty fucking crazy. That lasted for about 2 hours, and we watch all these fucking cop cars go in this big loop. They do it like 4 different times. Pull off, go across the bridge over here. You can see them all with the sirens on going across the bridge. Come back, do the same thing. During all that, 3 buses get escorted in. Lots of police just everywhere. You can see all around the city, fucking police. I watched that for the last 2 hours, talking shit. And then it all goes dark. gets back to normal while shit's pulling off. And then we get this shit, out of fucking nowhere. And this was one of the it's one of the things that QAnon would post. He'd say, when it's all said and done, look up at the night sky or something like that.
You don't think they're throwing a party?
They're not throwing a fucking Biden party. I'm telling you, I just watched everybody in the White House get arrested. All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick.
Sorry, folks. Sorry about that. I turned off the mic so that you could hear that. But if we have a better copy, a better video of that, can you send that to me? Because I would love to see that cam is this cam. Okay. That we would like to see. I think that would be good. So this is the Donald J. Trump statement from the office of the former president, Palm Beach County, Florida. Today, the 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, formally opened the office of the former president. The office will be responsible for managing President Trump's correspondence, public statements, appearances, and official activities to advance the interests of the United States and to carry on the agenda of the Trump administration through advocacy, organizing, and public activism. President Trump will always and forever be a champion for the American people. Very interesting. Looks like the presidential seal right there. Very interesting. I guess if Biden can make one, I guess anybody can, right? But interesting that that's the case. Now, Sherilyn said, I called the White House and it says it's closed. Okay. There were a lot of people last night saying they saw the lights go out for a couple hours, but no fireworks. The House has been sent home for this week, or did they? Let's see. Yeah, can we get any confirmation on that video? Let's see. Nancy, I remember as a child my grandfather, who escaped fascist Austria, trying to tell all of us what was happening here, and most of family thought he was just batshit crazy old man. He started my awakening process then in his late 50s, or then maybe in your late 50s. Took me a long time to find all of you, so I didn't feel so alone. Well, I'm glad you're here, Nancy. Thanks for sharing that. Home care. If that was real, why was he not rolling video when all the cop cars were there and the buses? That part makes me feel skeptical. I don't feel so skeptical about the lights going off, by the way. And I also don't know about the fireworks. Vincent, they weren't fireworks. They were a distraction. Yeah, what's the deal with those fireworks? Do we know? Let's see. Yes, and I did hear, Miss Muffy, that the Washington Monument, that's been confirmed, that the Washington Monument lights went out last night, okay? So a lot of just weird stuff going on. Let's see. Lori Lawson said, Santa Surfing called. She has the recording on her site. Can you send me the link for that? And I'll go to Santa Surfing's site. Yeah, the fireworks were kind of odd. I heard fireworks were 6 a.m. this morning, not confirmed. but wouldn't the sun be up at 6 a.m. in D.C.? Perry, the white was sent to me from Anon in Spain. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. That was on the 24th, yesterday, the day the military was leaving. Isn't that a marker? Which part of that would you say? Yeah, and Harris isn't in the office. She's not in the executive office, is where the vice president is supposed to be living right now, which is very, very, very odd, right? All these things that are happening is just incredibly odd, folks. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So let me see. Let's see. I'll look for that. Folks, we're at up over 2,000 beautiful humans, so welcome. So glad you're joining us tonight. Please share this out. Please share this out on your social network. There's a lot of information that people need to see, and share, please, that information, so we can make it be known near and far that we are not going anywhere. Okay, now let me pull up. I won Joe. I'm going to pull up the gematria. Okay, for I won Joe, and we calculate the gematria, and let's look at this. Joe, I won. I called Pope Francis a devil, and he invaded my dreams and called me a false accuser. Okay, very odd. I can see the end result, but not the way that leads to it. By the way, am I doing that right? I won Joe? I think I am. I can see the end result, but not the way that leads to it. That it's not necessary to see the way that leads to it, because we know that when we step into the frequency of the end result, that frequency aligns us to the end result like a radio tuning knob that gets us the right frequency of the station we want to listen to. By the way, because my phone wasn't working, so I wasn't like listening to YouTube or anything, I turned on Welcome to NPR, where we're going to pretend to talk in a way that makes you believe that we give a shit about you. We don't. We don't. Because we are propagandists. And we have been taught to speak this way so that it's more effective to you listening. Meanwhile, they were, their advertiser was Procter & Gamble, which there's probably not another company that has poisoned humanity more than Procter & Gamble. Laundry detergent, dish detergent that gets in our clothes, gets through our skin, gets in our nose. The residue left on the glasses that you fill up with water and you drink, all those chemicals. The products for your skin, the products for your hair, the cleaning products that are toxic. Folks, they are poisoning the planet, and they advertised, they paid NPR for this advertisement. Also, an AI company advertised on the NPR, All Things Considered, which should be called Only the Things That Serve Our Master Slave Owners Considered. Okay? Going to round up gang stalkers and burning them alive. Literally, use neodymium magnets with orgone to close portals. That's interesting. I'm a big fan of magnets. By the way, if I have a kink in my neck or something, I'll just take a little magnet and I'll tape it on, and it's amazing what happens. Like it'll loosen up like within 24 hours. But anyway, I'm a big fan of that. Who was born February 5th, 1986? February 5th, 1986. Can you guys check that out? Let me know. And also, that's February 5th. That's the day of the 3-year Delta, right? The whole war was time locked. It's over. I'm higher, quote, on, quote, evolution. Executive Order 10997. Executive Order 10997. Let's see if that's an actual executive order. And that order is from February 16th, 1962, assigning emergency preparedness functions to the Secretary of the Interior. I don't know the significance of that. Guys, if you want to dig on that, let me know. That's fine. So, for we walk by faith, not by sight. Zach Arsman proclaims that the elections are rigged in the United States. Let's see. A whitewater never to be found again. So let me go to the next one. Satan America President. Satan America President. Joseph Robinette Biden. Joe Biden, Satan's true ID. You need a spark of belief. Code red, Satan in the flesh. Satan's global rise, USA. Wow. Biblical Satan president. Satan, a Scorpio, Joe Biden. Let Twitter know. Satan's Democratic America. Biden, devil, Satan, Lucifer. Wow. November 20 birth. Maybe find out who was born November 20th. The Mark prophecy name, Joe Biden, the Catholic beast. Wow. Which, by the way, did you see that that video of the rabbi who Joe Biden called him his rabbi of the Jewish faith? That was very interesting when he calls himself a Catholic. Joe Biden, pure evil. Again, this is Joe, you know I won. This is the gematria for Joe, you know I won. I am the devil, Joseph Biden. It's absolutely Satan. Carefully ripple scam. Warning, accept God, Satan. CNN helps Satan rise up. You can say that again. Ritualistic killing happens a lot. That's what the cabal does. Barack Obama banned from heaven. Satan likes nice children. Yeah, and all the Satanists do as well. Barack Obama, Epstein Island. Satan touches people. Drinking blood ritual. That's the ADRENOCHROME. God is laughing at you. Satan being born in November. November Antichrist. Holy cow. Occult help elect Satan. Mark of November birth. Biden, Harris, pure evil. Horrible child sacrifices. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris fix, like they fixed the election. Satan, democracy in America. Awesome, let's kill Biden. Wow. I mean, that I would only be a proponent of that if he was found guilty of treason. And even then, I'd rather we let them live, honestly. I'd rather they live and get their compassion back, like we'd actually work with them to get them their compassion back so that they could mourn the things that they've done the rest of their life and be held accountable for it. And we would always hold them up as these were the people that enslaved humanity. November Antichrist, pyramid electricity, wow. Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Ataturk was the leader of Turkey in the 20s. Firstborn unicorn, Schwartz Georgi. Thank you for you God the King. Who is my twin flame? Wow. Batten down the hatches. Nothing can stop us. Kurt, that's a good one. I didn't like the Jewish one so much, but I love the I love the English one. I mean, in terms of the connection, good stuff there. Glad you brought that up. Thanks. Sonny said, I saw a video today where young Joe Biden told a reporter that he was a Zionist. Well, absolutely. I'm surprised he actually said that. Rob says, I'm 66 and I've lived through a lot of presidents, and I've been saying since Kennedy, it has gotten bad. Been waiting a long time for this. Absolutely. I believe he is Satan. Wouldn't be surprised, Rhonda. Yeah. I'm certainly not Joe Biden. He's not Joe Biden, folks. If you know Joe Biden, all you got to do is look at the old photos. And, it's not Joe Biden. Dave, I won, Joe. Yeah, thank you. Wait a minute. November 20th is Biden's birthday? Holy cow. Jigsaw Jules. And C. Blaze. Beth. Wow. Wow, November 20th, 1942 was Joe Biden's birthday. Holy cow. Everything about that was Biden. Right? Unbelievable. Wrong phrase. But, I won, Joe, or Joe, I won, is going to be the same gematria, just so you know, guys. But thank you for that correction. It's the same, what do you call it, numerological value. I won, Joe. I won, Joe. Okay, good. Awesome. Julia, you missed your Facebook friends? Yeah, it's what a pain. Let's see. Okay. Why is Biden's birthday a holy cow, Petra? Because in the gematria that we just read, the gematria for I won, Joe, in the English gematria, we had, let's see, one of the things, it was all about Biden being Satan. And then here, November 20 birth. Amidst all the Joe Biden, the Catholic beast, Joe Biden, pure evil, I am the devil, Joseph Biden, is absolutely Satan. Biden, devil, Satan, Lucifer, Satan's Democratic America, Satan, a Scorpio, Joe Biden, biblical Satan president, Satan's global rise, USA. Look at all this. Satan, American president, Joseph Robinette Biden. Wow, that's intense. That's intense. We rarely get gematria that is that solid, like that, like spot on. But that was pretty amazing. So let's see. Let me see here. Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in? Love to have you on. Didn't have a chance to talk to you earlier, so want to connect with you. And let's see. Capital is dark now. Rhonda, let me pull that up. Holy cow. Yeah, Saint 45. Did you know election in China is pronounced erection? Yes. That's the word I've been using to keep from getting censored when I talk about the election. I say, as the CCP calls it, erection. And I was first with that in terms of, like, I came up with that on my own. I don't know if somebody came up with it sooner, but I know that I didn't read that anywhere before I started using it. Let's see. I got to go to this part. And by the way, Todd and Cindy might be calling in. I don't even have my messenger open yet, so that's why that might not be coming through. Alrighty. So let me, how's everyone doing? You guys doing well? Let's see. Let me get to Barbara's. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so Barbara's got a decode on the let me see. Donna Schust Ashford, fellow SNED, asked for prayers. This is from her. Oh wow, he and his twin sister fell in a pool and almost drowned. She recovered and is back to normal, but he's not. Look at light for Levi and Laney on Facebook. Oh my God. Sorry to hear that. And this is the child that we are to pray for, I guess. He and his sister here.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Bubba.
And
Good job.
hello, hello.
Good morning. Good morning, sweetie. Hi, Bubby. Hey, Levi. Levi, where's your tongue? Is that your tongue, Bubba? Are you eating? Are you eating some breakfast? Yeah, that's right.
Ah, dear Lord, please watch over that sweet, sweet child. Oh my God.
Hi, handsome.
Thank you for that, Barb. Wow. Cindy, are you there? Let me get back to you guys. Wow. So that's Levi and Laney, folks. Let's have them in our prayers later as well. So let's see. Let's see. I want to bring up some Politico, some decodes from Barb. Okay. Let's see. White House is dark, but flag is moving, but flag to the right is not. Loop. Interesting. Dave, who was your first awakening truther? Well, my friend Ed Aiken, who I just talked to this weekend, was the one that first told me about a movie called Zeitgeist. And in that Zeitgeist movie was my first kind of opening. But before that was 2007. But before that, I had partially been awakened by a man by the name of Walter Boart, and Walter was the editor of the East Village Voice, which was a counter government, anti-government piece in New York City, and he also wrote Operation Mind Control, and he personally awakened me to MK Ultra. And so that was I want to say 2000, but I was just busy doing other stuff, and it wasn't a priority for me to really dive into that. So it didn't become a priority until I was about to have a child, and I needed to have a better handle on the world around me. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, we tried calling earlier.
I'm sorry. I think I didn't have it turned on, or I didn't have
that's
Facebook
okay.
open. So, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Awesome.
I hate the weather right now, but hey, that's okay. It's a
Yeah,
storm.
Just cold and stormy.
Yeah, it's a storm.
Well, the storm
I'll take
is
any time of a storm at this point. It's a storm.
fellow Americans. The storm is upon us, I guess. So maybe that's the kind of storm I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, we had sleet, then we had snow, then we had what else did we have? Freezing rain.
Tornado.
Yeah, it was thundering, lightning, and
Earthquakes.
raining, and we've had it all today in Illinois. It's
Wow.
wonderful.
That's awesome. How you doing,
Yeah.
Todd?
Great. How you doing?
Awesome. Good, good. Other than not having my phone today,
What happened now?
I don't know. It just stopped working. It's just like a solid Apple the whole time. By the way, I've done the reboot, like I've done the stuff, but I'm trying to save it without. Thank you, Lori. I'm trying to save it without having to, what do you call it? Do a
Install.
restore, because I want
Yeah.
to save I've got some audio recordings that I've done over the past week, and I don't want to lose those. And so at any rate, I'm trying to figure that out. But at any rate, a lot going on here. What do you guys got on your plate? Anything to add to the monologue, or any thoughts on that?
Check your new group that we sent you at Signal. We were sending I think some people were sending you some messages in there.
Meanwhile, I
Can you
have
still
no
have that,
access.
even though you don't
I
have your
no
phone?
access. Yeah, I have no access to Signal right now.
See, this is why I wanted it on your desktop.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we'll figure that out. We'll figure it out for tomorrow. I've got some
I'll send you the
options.
stuff to your messenger then.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Um, um, let me go into this decode on the that Barbara did. In political, breaking, Ohio Republican Rob Portman will not seek a third Senate term in 2022, a blow to Republicans' hopes of taking back the Senate. Okay. 24, okay, which is 2 in 2022, 2 and 2 plus 2 equals 4, okay. 24, any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as told. You will see more of this occur. Not normal yet, disregarded, and even on the Dem side. Okay? And that was 11/1/2017, predicting these kind of will not be seeking re-election. Now, is this common for people to say, I'm not going to seek re-election? Yeah, that's happened before. This is nothing new. But when you tie it all together with what's happening right now, it makes a huge difference. Okay. Thank you, Laura. I've got that. And so let me just do this for a second. Okay. Now,
I have the greatest job.
bear with me. Okay. So also 139, post 139, is list of Republicans in the House and Senate who have announced they will not seek re-election. Bob Corker, Charlie Dent, Jeff Flake, Lynn Jenkins, Sam Johnson, Raul Labrador, Frank Lobiondo, Tim Murphy. Why is this relevant? Reread Crumbs. Okay? So there are people that are at the height of their career, folks, that are not seeking re-election. And so that doesn't really make much sense, does it? Right? Because why wouldn't you seek re-election? Okay, this is Gateway Pundit. Darkness in D.C., Washington Monument, lights go out without explanation, National Park Service investigating. All right, there's the Washington Monument, which is always, by the way, lit from below, lit up, right? So that the whole thing is lit. So the light doesn't emanate from it; it's reflected off of it, right? And I did a post on January 5th from in front of the Washington Monument. I was with Margaret and a couple new friends, Marines that were with us, and we were in front of the Washington Monument the night before the Trump speech, and of course we were there the next morning. 64, post 64, November 2nd, 2017. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. POTUS's Twitter takedown was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Now, remember, folks, POTUS never lost his Twitter account in November or October of 2017. Okay? Also, here's something to keep in mind. Okay? Let me continue. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. Okay? So, God bless. I must go for good at this point. So when the lights go out, is that when Q must go for good? That's what we have been kind of figured out, because Q didn't go for good at this point on November 2nd, 2017. So it's when the lights go out that Q must go for good, right? And we've seen lights out on the White House. We've seen lights out on the Capitol. We've seen lights out on the Washington Monument. Tell me a time in our recorded history since 1871 that all three had the lights go out on the same day. And I'm going to tell you, it's probably never happened once. Okay? And speaking of white lights going out, let me take you here. Well, let me hold on a second. Do we? Let's see. Okay. So this is just 44 seconds of Santa surfing, folks. Let me just play that for you, and see what's happening there, shall we? Let's see, right here. Okay, and here we go. Not hearing
For
any.
quality and
there we
training
go.
purposes, this call may be monitored but will not be recorded.
Santa surfing calling
Thank
the
you for
White
calling the
House.
White House. Press 1 for the comments line to leave a message for the President, or visit our website.
Thank you for calling the White House comment line. The office is temporarily closed. If you would like to send a message, please visit our website at www.whitehouse.gov/contact. Thank you for contacting the White House.
Yeah, how about that? That's pretty remarkable. By the way, guys, what you're seeing on the screen right now is what I see when you guys are talking to me, when you're dropping something. But you see how quick it goes? So if I come to the camera or if I go to something else, I've missed quite a bit. So that's why sometimes I don't see what you see. But we did have a meeting this weekend, and we figured out a way that I'm going to get some things coming to me, which I would have right now if my phone hadn't died today. So we're going to get that squared away. Let's see.
Hey, Dave, did
yeah.
you pay the bill?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes, I did, which normally, I got to tell you, normally that's my first go-to.
I know. I do the same thing.
But this particular moment, it wasn't about the signal, because it just wouldn't even start. It was just the Apple. So, but anyway, so
hey, to expand on what you said earlier, the
Please.
biggest person that I can't believe didn't stay in politics was Speaker Ryan.
Dude, the guy's young. He's at the top of his game. He had more power than anybody in D.C. practically, and he walks away. That smells to high heavens.
that that was just a head shaker. Even when it happened for me, I was just
Yeah.
like, what is going on?
Yeah,
Somebody's got
exactly.
something on him.
So, hey, real quick, Michelle's little girl is on here, and she wanted to know if anybody's here from Germany because her grandma is from Germany. And so, all of our Germans, could you please chime in here? And also, what other parts of the world are we calling from? Are we listening from? Would you please just drop what state and or country you're here? UK, okay. Which side controls the body doubles, the white hats or the bad guys? Rhea, we think it's the white hats, without question,
Yep.
that are basically saying what they're supposed to, right?
And that
Like,
makes you think, where are the real people?
yes, and they're shot, they're shot, they're shot,
They're-
or they're in Gitmo. Yeah, the emails Ann of Ryan and Pence planning to take POTUS out. Yes, that was we've confirmed those. Okay, we got Pennsylvania, Arizona, Rhode Island, Thailand, San Diego, Ireland, Iowa, Holland, Indiana, Quebec, Idaho, Missouri, Georgia, Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia, Queensland, Australia, uh, China, China, I think China. Lois says China. Must be. Uh, and Blue Springs, Missouri, Northern Illinois, Louisiana, Wales, UK, Marina Del Rey, cool. Scotland, Boston, Maryland. Holy cow! You guys are flying by. Connecticut, Michigan, Springfield, Jolly Roger. Okay, I'm losing you. Michigan. Let's see. Kansas, Jersey, Denmark. Danny from Denmark. Awesome. Ontario, Scotland, West Virginia, Texas, Ohio, Colorado, Oregon, Kansas. This is amazing. Cajun country. Let's see. Any Virginia, Alberta, Monaco, Washington State, Watts, Duda, welcome. Oregon, Nebraska, Missouri, Michigan, London, Fort Worth, Pennsylvania, Alaska, Arizona, Kentucky, Palm Beach, Florida, Digital Soldier, the home of the new White House. By the way, guys, I heard something about, I want to show you about the White House too, or the Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to share with you in a minute. Oklahoma, Mississippi, Gulf Coast, Sacramento, Sydney, Australia. Good morning. It's Sunday morning. From Kathy. Lake Charles, Rochester, Virginia, Tumble, Texas, BC, Canada, Nevadastan, Pittsburgh, Central Florida, Charleston, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, Long Beach, Denver, Victoria, Australia, Kenosha, Wisconsin, fantastic, Manitoba, Buffalo. Wow, guys, this is awesome. This is really awesome seeing y'all where you all are from. Murrieta, California, Windsor, California, Dave Snedtopia, Slate Rock, California, Tennessee, Cubafornia, Sacramento, Arizona, Jerusalem, North Carolina, Vancouver, like as in China, Vancouver, Hudson Falls, New York. Awesome. Very cool. Hey, Michelle, you want to send us a picture of you guys hanging with your little girl? I can understand if you don't want to, but just want to put that out there if you want to email me. But San Bernardino, wow, look at all this. Nebraska, Yukon, Perth, Australia, Lake Elsinore, Egypt, wow. Planet is covered. Tracker 0011. I guess so. Holy cow. B Grooms. I hear Trump is not in Mar-a-Lago. I totally believe that. I honestly really don't want to know where he is because I want him safe, and that's the most important thing. So Michelle says, thanks, family. She said, wow, you have friends all around the world. Yes, you do. Yes, you both do. So awesome that we got that. We got the world here. That's fantastic, guys. Really cool. And that's, holy cow, we're at almost 3,000 people, folks. Awesome. So now Todd can speak. Mr. Tesla, we have close, I think we're 3,000 in the house right now over 4 platforms. So it's to you, my friend. There we go. I'm turning that heater off. I got it warmed up in here. Did I lose you, brother? We have got to figure out why I keep losing you, and we'll get a better source than the Facebook, by the way. So that was really cool, guys. How cool was that? Is that awesome or what? Seeing where you're all from, really cool. Will do, Kevin. Give us some hope. We are all losing our minds. Mike, what? Wait a minute. Deanna says Mar-a-Lago in Spanish means sea to lake. Watch the water. Mar-a-Lago, sea to lake. Watch the water. Deanna, fantastic. Fantastic. I love that. I love that. I did not hear the Lin Wood interview last night. We did play his fabulous thing the other night. Okay, fantastic. Oh, you know what? Am I using multiple monitors yet? I have the chat over here, but I need the multiple monitors up, and I actually got a cord to make that happen today, and I have the other monitor, and it's not working. So it was like a connector thing. So thanks for asking that. But I actually did take care of that today, and it's not working. So got that going for me. All right. Let me call Todd and Cindy back because we lost them. And why is that? There we go. Okay. Now, good to see you all. Wow, how awesome is that? By the way, the White House video and show has not fireworks. Thank you, Christy. I didn't think that looked really weird. That looked really weird. Thank you for confirming that. Vincent Kennedy, Dave Castlerock. All right, we'll check that out. VK on Twitter. Hey, brother. Sorry, I dropped you. When did I lose you?
I was just making a really good soliloquy right then, and actually I sung a couple tunes too.
Damn it! The only time you say a good soliloquy and we lose it. I'm sorry, man. You've been training for that moment for months and months and months, and I dropped the ball on it.
How many soliloquies have I given? How many syllables? How many syllables are in soliloquy?
A soul-liloquy. Just one. Just one.
Oh gosh, yeah. You're calling your lazy researcher on this one, your decoder. I've had to unplug a little bit. And
good for you. Good for you.
I unplugged and worked, but nonetheless, I had to give the old nugget a break. I think I was on a little bit of overload there.
You've been going hard, brother. You've been
feeling some symptoms, of either the ascension again, hopefully the ascension. The headaches and the drowsiness and the just not able to keep your eyes open type of sleep, like somebody flicked a light switch on you. So I'm doing what I was told. When you feel that way, unplug, get away from it.
Good.
Don't look at your phone. And I'm catching up. I go to my regulars and see what they have to say, and it's all good. But I'm keeping the 40,000-foot view also, just like we were talking about last week. I don't need any more proof to prove something that's already proven to me. This fake or this sham um, inauguration,
Yeah.
I knew 17 seconds in. I said, when I said that's not Bill Clinton, I said
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it.
Exactly.
Um, and then you continue on down the road, and you get reconfirmations, which is really nice, and it makes you feel
Yeah.
like you're right. But it's proven something you already knew. So I'm kind of like trying to stay ahead of this, and that's the hard part because
Yeah.
news unlocks the map. And so 17 made it so you can't get ahead of it because you have to wait for the news to unlock the map, which is brilliant
Absolutely.
because if you can't get ahead of it to prove it, then you can't ruin the plan. Which we don't want to ruin this at this point.
Right. Right.
After 50 some years of planning.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that guy.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't want the 17 team looking at each other going, how the hell did this idiot figure this out? Damn it.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to wait another 20 years.
Yeah. No way. No way.
Oh, gosh.
Somebody said, let me see.
So I'm in the process of refilling my wells.
Good,
what I'm saying.
good, brother. Good. So listen, you unplugged is better than most fully plugged in. So the thing that I would look for from you is, has there been any more enlightenment from just unplugging just for a day, like in terms of any settling on things?
Oh yeah, I'm in that sense of peace, that it's
Yeah.
all in God's time and on the plan, and I'm trusting it. And I have seen some things where some patriots, and I know they're patriots, they're saying, well, you can't just sit back and trust the plan because there's not going to be a savior. You have to save yourself, and and I agree to some extent, and kind of agree that, that's what we're doing on this show, is getting the word out. That's the biggest thing we can do.
Yeah.
We're not if the shipping containers do contain warheads that are remote control from Japan or from China,
Right.
I'm sorry, what am I going to do? I mean, I'm not. Am I going to grab my shotgun and go drive down and look for shipping containers and then look to try to MacGyver them and take them apart? Or it's above my pay grade. So I'm kind of staying in my lane of just trying to get good information out to the masses. And I even when I unplugged, I still watched some things and looked at some things, and more and more, the more ridiculous it gets, the more excited I get, because it can't be true. It's got to be, when I see Biden saying, we're going to tear down the wall and let this mass of people come up from Honduras and Guatemala, and I look at the video of the mob coming up from there, where they break through the line of defense. If you look at each individual fight that takes place, they're not trying to hurt each other. It's like a WrestleMania move. That's an overview of a staged event. Yeah, that's just like the inauguration. I've looked at that probably 20 times, and I've slowed it down and looked at individuals in it, and they're just basically pushing and shoving and making it look like it's such a violent thing that they're fighting through these troops. And I just have to laugh because it is WrestleMania.
Let me pull that up. Let me pull that up. There's I know exactly the one you're talking about. I think I have it, and we'll just show it. Also, Kentucky girl in Illinois says, could watch the water have to do with the ships off the coast of California and also off the East Coast? And I absolutely think that could be the case. And there's a lot of double meanings to a lot of this. So let's look at the Guardian video here.
Truncheon-wielding Guatemalan
No, I
troops
won't
have
be able to
clashed with
play
Central
along,
American
but
asylum
I looked
seekers.
at there's a
Okay.
particular, just pick out any individual pushing through that line, and you'll see that there's actually no real super violent actions there. I
Right.
mean,
Okay.
where they're actually, really trying to take somebody out. It's just a bunch
Okay.
of pushing and shoving. And then they cut to what's even funnier is all of the kids that are nice and neat and clean in their new Nikes with their Disney backpacks again. They're doing the same thing they did last
Right. Exactly. So let me play it here.
Night, having set off on foot from the Honduran city of San Pedro Sula in the early hours of Thursday.
Okay, they're not on foot the whole way, just to be clear. They set off on foot, and they're picked up probably
On Sunday, as they trekked west across Guatemala towards its border with Mexico, part of the group was intercepted by members of Guatemala's army and police near the village of Beto Hondo.
4,000 miles
Video
or whatever.
footage showed scuffles between migrants and the soldiers trying
This
to
is
block
like
their
stock
path through the
footage.
eastern
What the hell
department of
is this?
Chiquimula. Troops used tear gas, riot shields and sticks
This
to
isn't
repel the
even the real
weary,
thing.
backpack-carrying travelers
I'm
as they
sorry,
tried to
folks.
push
This is
past.
not- this is a joke.
Several were reportedly injured. You cannot and will not get through and, increasingly, bandwidth
Oh my God, this
with an
is so pathetic.
in
They're using
program
stock
that
footage
exposed-
for this. Well, I don't know why I went on the Guardian. That was just a mistake. I'm sorry, folks. That was what the hell was I thinking? I thought they'd actually, I actually thought that they'd want to show the real thing because it fits their narrative. So, guys, if you have a link to that, will you send that to me? It's when the caravan broke the line, right? And then they actually repelled them back into the line. So that was another thing that said, once they got through there, they could have kept on going.
Right.
So back to you. So continue, and then we can always come back to that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was, when you see something like that, and then you see the every kid is clean, and everybody has their hair cut, and I mean, it just looks like they've been the most well taken care of people.
Uh-huh.
And in the neatest dress and the nicest shoes and the baby carriers with no dirty diapers or anything. I mean, it's just so absurd that you just you chuckle and move on. And then I don't know, it's just the overall picture. I'm trying to envision what they need to actually happen for us to, there's supposed to be that mass pop, and it must come from D-Class, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And
Yep.
they're slowly getting that out. And the timing thing is 100% on their level, but we're all anxiously awaiting.
Yeah. Hey, breaking news. This is Michelle's little girl in front of the chat there, sending us all a big heart. So very sweet, very sweet. Much love to you, sweet girl. That's pretty awesome. So thanks for sending that, Michelle. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome. I did
Yeah.
see that. That's cool.
Yeah. So so let's if we dig into a couple things. First of all, Nick Sandman firing Lynn Wood happened today, which was very interesting. That's breaking news. Don't really know. That comes from the mainstream, so I don't know exactly how real it is. But my guess would be, honestly, that that because Lynn Wood is so polarizing right now, that it's in Nick's best interest to not have the overlap of the polarization onto his cases. So It sounds to me like that was a business decision, not necessarily by this young man, but by his his parents and the people that are looking out for him. That's my only guess on that. But
I find that interesting too. That the best defamation lawyer on the planet probably is defaming all of these people.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So all of a sudden, Babe Ruth can't hit a fastball.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's asinine. It's. I hope people are seeing this for what it is.
Yeah.
Because I really believe the white hats are trying to put, softballs in front of the public.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what Biden's immediately. He started even a gun grab now.
Yeah.
The $200 incentive to resell your guns. It's like, come
Folks,
on.
can they show us any more? Literally in less than a week. Right? What's it been? It's been less than a week.
Yeah.
Could they show us any more just absolute insanity from Biden? Just the things that he's doing is just like, you got to be kidding me. I
thought it was very, very interesting too. People were talking about the executive orders. Yeah. I thought it was very interesting, the people that did the dive on the signature match.
Yeah.
Biden is the only guy on the planet that's ever just radically changed his signature.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, who does that?
Yeah. And by the way, just on that kind of stream of consciousness regarding about Biden and all that just doesn't make any damn sense whatsoever. Let me see if I can pull this up. It's not letting me pull this up. Okay.
And it must be getting through, Dave, because I'm getting stuff sent from people that disagree with me, that prove my point.
Right. Exactly. So questions to ask someone who thinks Biden is the president. Why was Biden denied a military plane to bring him to D.C.? We actually reported that because we knew we had a tip on that was the case.
Yep.
Why was the typical song for the arrival of POTUS not played for Biden during his inauguration? Why wasn't Biden rendered a 21-gun salute as customary for an incoming president? Like Trump received the same day, January 20th, which was really odd because Trump got a 21-gun salute and Biden got a salute reserved for foreign dignitaries.
But he might have gotten the 21-gun salute, but they were aiming the guns at him.
We're not talking about the firing squad, Todd. Okay? Now, listen, people might think that when we joke about, like, I made a joke about, Biden with, maybe one of those guys with the muskets might shoot him or something walking by on that parade. Like, we made a joke about that during the inauguration. And it was like, I caught some heat for that. And it's like, we're making a joke about muskets, right? Come on, guys.
Right.
And we're kind of making a joke about firing squads, but he's going to be in front of one. I mean, we know he committed treason. It's like, there's more evidence of his treason than there's evidence of, me being a white guy and 6'9", 245 pounds. Standing on a scale, okay, and it says 245. There's more evidence of his treason than there's evidence for almost anything else. Why was Biden's inauguration? Why did he remove his hand from the fake Bible before his oath was finished? Which, by the way, that encompasses a Bible. We don't know if there was a Bible in there, but there's speculation that that's a Masonic Bible. Why did Biden get sworn in after Kamala, which is not constitutional? Why did the military turn their back to Biden when he drove by them rather than face and salute, which is absolutely required, as I said, for military to salute the POTUS? And by the way, it's also customary for the president to salute the Marines as the commander-in-chief rather than walking by them and saying, salute the Marines.
I know. That was great, too.
Are you kidding me? Why doesn't Biden seem to have the military launch codes near him? You know, like the ones pictured near Trump in Florida. Why is the Pentagon blocking access for members of Biden's administration? All good questions to ask, folks. Don't be afraid to ask questions.
Well, and why was he sworn in 17 minutes early?
Exactly. And why when you cut away from the videos of the actual inauguration, I think we got to show again. I got to find that. You guys sent that to me, but we got to show that again. Let's see.
I just wanted to share a real quick funny story while you're looking for that.
Sure.
What I'm doing now for research is I'm watching the Weather Channel.
Is that right?
I'm hoping the storm is big enough that somebody could, that Biden, because he's POTUS, before he leaves on Friday, hopefully he says those magical words for us.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because I think they might come from Biden.
Yep.
Or Biden clone.
Yeah. Let's see. And by the way, I want to show this. This is this is the inauguration. Okay, let me just show this. This is okay. This is the look at the shadow of Justice Roberts. Okay? Look at Biden pointing at where he's supposed to stand. Okay? Look at Jill, look at Kamala here. Okay? I think this is Roy Blunt over here to the right. Look at the shadow of Justice Roberts. Todd, is that a 11:43 a.m. shadow? Or a 12 o'clock shadow?
No.
Maybe if you live on one of the poles, but not in Washington, D.C. Okay? So that's, you've got that, right? So we know that it was not recorded at that time, okay? Then, let me see if I could find the video.
And why keep the 30,000 troops there? Do they still think that the Trump supporters are going to rush D.C.?
Yeah, exactly, right? Okay, so here it is. Here's the video from that. Okay, and let me show you this. Let me get you guys with me here. Okay, because I like to have the video up when I show it, when I start it. And here we go. So here's that picture, right, with the shadow. Now let's watch this whole thing, right? And this is everybody getting into place. There's lovely Hunter and with clothes on for the first time in a long time. And look at now over his left shoulder, over Biden's left shoulder is his daughter. Repeat after me. I'm sorry, his granddaughter. Okay. Now, so they're all getting set up, right? Now this is live. This is supposed to be live. So this is his granddaughter, and this is I believe his grandson. Okay, right behind Joe. Now, I've done these types of setups. I've done establishing shot. This is what's called an establishing shot. And then we're going to go over the shoulder right or over the shoulder from the left. And by the way, it looks like Hunter is at the president's podium, which is disgusting as well. Okay. Now, let's see what we got here. Now, watch over Biden's shoulder. Watch what happens.
Please raise.
Boom. Now, where is she? First, all of a sudden, Roy Blunt is here. Okay? The girl in white, all white, is not there. His grandson is not there.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette.
Now, where's Blunt? Roy Blunt was right here, folks. Okay? No one's going to be jumping around, and the girl's not there and the boy's not there.
That I will faithfully execute.
That guy's a scumbag. Okay? That guy's a scumbag, and he's going to have to resign from the bench, or he's going to be removed. It was absolutely pre-recorded, no question about it.
Faithfully execute.
Now, here she is, right here, and there's the girl in pink, and of course there's our Secret Service agent that looks like, I guess he's Taiwanese, but we haven't confirmed that, guys. Could you find out who this man is, the Secret Service agent, and send it to me? Christy, maybe one of you and the gals could send it to me in show chat. Like, who is this cat, please? Because we've been meaning to look him up.
Office of President of the United States.
Office of President.
And now she's gone again. They're both gone. Okay?
President of the United States.
And Roy Blunt, we're not seeing him
to
right
the best of my ability.
But he's right behind Jill, I think.
Will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Now where are they? They were right behind him. The girl in white and the girl in pink were right here, and Roy Blunt was right here. Folks, it's not like they were blending with the other colors. She wore all white and all pink.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Now, and they're still not there.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
Now they're there. We are being played, people. We are being played.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
And now there's Roy Blunt. And now there they are, and his grandson. And now Roy Blunt's way the hell over here, to the left. When he was over here, behind Jill. Okay? Now, as a former director and first AD that handles background players, first AD handles background, the director handles the actors and the leads. This would never happen on my set because I explained the other night, I have a script supervisor who sits beside me the entire movie that we're filming, the whole month that we're filming. And she, at the end of each scene, the establishing shot, she'll take a Polaroid and then she'll pin it to the page of the script. Or that she's got her book, and then we'll go into another shot and she'll have the establishing so that we know where to put the other players for the shot from over here. Okay? So you can't make a mistake like this even if you're a moron. This is intentional to speak to us and say that we made this production. We made this show. Enjoy the show. We made this for you because most of the people are not paying attention. But for those who are paying attention, we're going to make it clear. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is in some of the shots and then she's gone. Okay?
I prefer the ones where she's gone.
Yeah, I know. By the way, Vincent Vendetta says to this shot right here, "Is that a dad you saved my ass kiss?" Yes. Starsky, I am repeating myself from, what was it, Saturday. I didn't do yesterday, but I am repeating myself from Saturday because it's that important. This moment in time is that important that they are communicating that with us. But thanks for catching that. Don't you think Mnuchin is producing this, Dave? These are intentional errors. Absolutely. Mnuchin has made a lot of movies, and he absolutely could be. It's in show. Thank you, Christy. So let's watch the rest of this, and then I'll go to show. There's Roy Blunt. We also showed Roy Blunt what looked to be being arrested. Now look where he is, folks. Okay? Look where he is. You can't, come on.
Maybe they were playing that game, like when you were a kid, it was like a fire drill or something where you run around.
Get out of the car and run around?
Let's screw around with people just, to make them crazy.
Yeah. And by the way, okay, look where Hunter is on the right here. Okay? And he's on this side of his wife, on the right side of his, wait a minute. I don't think that's his wife. No. Who is that?
Is it his sister?
His sister. Okay?
Because he gets them mixed up a lot.
I know, right? Okay, now watch this. So watch. And he steps down away from 1001, 1002, 1003. Now look where he is. Look where he is now. Now, I'm going to show you that again. This is absolutely certain. Look where he is, and then watch. He steps down in the opposite direction. Okay, now let's count. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1000. Wait a minute. Not even 1002. There he is. Right there. He just did a quantum leap, folks. And here's his sister over here to the right that he had stepped down where she's stepping now, and all of a sudden he's over here on this side. So that is fantastic. It's absolutely, Todd, this kind of stuff makes my day. Thank you, Jake, for that.
It's right up there with the Caravan Kids.
Yeah, dude. But
cleanest kids on the planet.
Yeah. That one, Silver Girl Black. Let me drop that link on my Facebook page, and I'll try to. I could put it on Twitter as well. But wow. That was just.
I sent you a message from Christy in your personal messenger because I didn't know if you were getting the show. It's about.
I haven't looked at it. I need to look at that. Okay.
Mr. Joe.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. And I'm looking at. Am I looking at show, or yours? Did you?
Mr. Joe. Yeah, they call it Joe. It's pronounced J-O, like Joe.
Hold on.
It's the only thing I've sent you today.
Okay.
It feels good to unplug, guys. You ought to try it. Sometimes you just give your little brain a rest.
Yeah.
And come back fresh.
Well, I did last night. Had a lovely evening with Jasmine, just talking and having some food and drink and just, like acting like normal people. Okay. The last name of the head of Biden's Secret Service detail, David Cho, is pronounced like Joe, and Koreans had jokes. The two Joes, why Koreans pointed out the two Joes at the inauguration. Let me pull this up. David Joe. Okay, so he is, he's Korean, okay? And now he was Korean American Secret Service agent, was chosen to run President Joe Biden's protective detail. But President Biden also had a private detail team called Checkmate, and we didn't see them. Let's see. He was the first Asian American special agent in charge of the president's detail. Okay, had Koreans celebrating their traditional family values in a unique way. Joe, in Korean, quickly became a pun, with some people saying there were two Joes in the spotlight. Actually, there was only one. In honor for the Joe clan. Even President Biden is from the Joe family, a user on Naver, a Korean online platform, said in a message. Joe served under former President Donald Trump and worked his way up to second in command of the protective detail. Was jokingly dubbed the pride of the Joe family. Okay, good to know. Good to have that. Thank you, Christy, for that. And so that's a confirmation on who that dude is.
Well, and just going back to optics,
yeah.
If when we talked about this briefly before, but it just for optics, it still isn't a good look. I'm sorry for him to have someone follow him around so closely everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Because it's just it almost gave everybody the feeling, that maybe the CCP was there following him around as Americans. I mean, it's just human nature to think that. So you would think for optic reasons they would do something differently unless they're controlled.
Well, that's the thing. See, he worked for President Trump. He worked for the president, not the faux president, not faux Joe. He worked for President Trump, and because we know this wasn't live, then it was pre-recorded, and the question is, when was it pre-recorded? Was it recorded on the day that they were supposed to have the rehearsal, but they canceled the rehearsal because of threats, right? So when did they sneak this in? Because here's the thing. They controlled the airspace, okay? They controlled the street space. They blocked off the streets. So they could have kept anybody from seeing the Capitol building on any day they wanted. And they could have shot this any day they wanted. Now, the key to shooting it beforehand, which we know is the case because it was edited in the way we see, and it couldn't have possibly been a live cut from, because I've also been on a live shoot where you cut from camera to camera, and you have like all the cameras up, all the scenes up, and you say, go to camera 2, go to camera 3, right? Go to camera 1, right? And so it's going live, but nothing changes because you have those cameras set up. This was a one-camera shoot. This was shot like a movie. And so because you shoot it and then you move stuff around, it's like, okay, let's move Roy Blunt. Let's move this person, right? So there's no what's called continuity. So really, really fantastic to have this kind of evidence. So that means it was done before the 20th. Which means any of the swearing in, it doesn't matter if Joe had his hand on, one of the little girls that he enjoys sniffing, which is disgusting, but he is disgusting. Or we don't know if Kamala had her hand on a bag of rocks. Doesn't matter. That's all minutia. Because it happened before they were allowed via the actual rule of law and constitution of the corporation to do it. And so therefore this never happened. This never happened. He's not the president of the United States, folks. You got to know that. He's not the president of the United States. You want some good news today? Joe Biden is not your president. He's not the president of the United States of America. And if he is president of the United States of America Corporation, okay, he's not even the president of that. You know why? Because of the timing of this happened before it was allowed to happen. It nullifies it. It nullifies it. So this is not our president here, folks. So we're a part of a big show. That's what's so amazing, that we are a part of this incredible show, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it from yeah, and then to go from that, the understand that the insurrection at the Capitol was also controlled, and so they got the laptops, and they allowed them in because they knew this was going to happen. They wanted Trump off Twitter. I'm talking about the White Hats, because having Trump off Twitter is part of the plan. People still don't understand, Todd, that 3.5 years ago, 17 told us that he was going to get kicked off Twitter. And the communication takes us right back to that day and that time, today. And here we are, getting further and further confirmation that that the plan is happening as it should. So, absolutely. Did I lose you? Damn it. I lost him again. I hate when that happens. There we go. We'll get him back. Nadine, yes, very confusing, but it's meant to be confusing. But it's very clear when you think about it.
Hey, we're back.
You think about it clearly. Yeah, sorry, man. Don't know
My
what's going on.
second soliloquy of the night busted.
So
I really, guys, please turn your trepidation and anticipation and fear into enjoyment and laughter, and visualize the good country, our country coming out of this. Because, I've never been so confident that they're in control of this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of why I felt safe unplugging. I kind of started it Sunday a little bit, and then I made a determined effort today to unplug. It's just good for you. I highly recommend it. Do something fun. Do something with your family. You got time. you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just don't allow the mainstream media to creep in and creep you out.
No, the only time I go there is when I want to when I really want to get a laugh, because it's so absurd on that side. Is that you take a peek? It's like taking a peek around the corner and just looking at your enemy. They're just killing themselves.
By the way, I want to show this again, Todd. This is the Roy Blunt arrest. What we think to be the Roy Blunt arrest.
If that wasn't an arrest, I don't know what is.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. So just watch this. This is Roy Blunt here on the right of this man in the beige jacket. Now, one look at this man tells me looks like he's in pretty damn good shape, but also looking at his coat tells me that he's maybe got something holstered under there. So he could be a police officer as well. I don't see a badge or anything, and that's just speculation, but I don't think we need a lot of speculation here to figure out what's going on. Take a look at this. Okay. Also, notice the button on the woman's dress. The missing button. And look at her hand on his arms. Okay. Okay, she's leading him. pointing him in the direction to go. Why is his arms behind him like that? And look at her second button that's missing. Look at that. And then here's the Department of Transportation head and the wife of Mitch McConnell following behind like no big deal. Okay. By the way, this isn't even a good copy of this. This is probably one of the worst copies that I've seen. But thank you, Elizabeth, for dropping that to us. And let's see. Let me see if I can find. Let me see. Mambo also dropped one. Let's see if this is a better copy. Okay, let's see if we got a better copy here. There.
Well, hell, looky here. Isn't this something? Here, check this out. I'm going to leave it to you guys. You guys tell me what you think.
Now, we were anticipating arrests at the inauguration, were we not, guys?
Will you look at that? Both arms behind his back. And somebody leading him out. That ain't his wife. This is not Roy Blunt's wife. Trust and believe. Oh.
Look at her hand.
Look at her hand.
Yeah.
Why is his arms back like that? Just saying, why is his arms on the back
It's
side?
a better copy of this.
Why is she holding him?
This is Inglorious Patriots that we're watching right now, by the way.
Look at that. Roy Blunt. What?
Now, does anybody think we've got 3,000 people here right now, okay? Does anybody think, and please let's slow the roll and just leave it up for anybody that thinks that he's not being arrested here. And I'd like you to just say what you think is going on. Yeah, call his office tomorrow, if you would, guys. See if he is in. Meg G, Roy was not arrested. Now, here's the thing. We don't know what Roy Blunt did. We do know, though, that Julian Assange has said that over 99% of Washington will fall. 17 has said over 70% of Washington will fall, both Republicans and Democrats. Lynn, I'll take a look at Messenger. Thank you. And, guys, that's not his wife. That's I don't believe that is his wife, but we'll double check that.
Is there something going on? I'm just curious. Leave your comments. Roy Blunt, find her as he, see? Yeah. Sit down.
Very interesting.
You're a dumb.
Okay, now let's look at her. And let's look for Roy Blunt's wife. I looked it up last night, and this is her. Okay. Now, this is his wife. Okay? Thank you for that, by the way. Yes. Now, listen, also the rest could be something different. Like, yeah, nobody walks like that with their wife, but look at her. If this is his wife, why is the second button buttoned and the fourth button unbuttoned? When we just saw, where is that? The second button was unbuttoned. Look at that. These are the kind of things that they're messing with us. Okay? to make it look like he say, listen, you know, you're to come out and you are to act like you're arrested, okay, with your wife, okay. These are the kind of things that they've been told what to do. Every single one of these people, folks, has been scripted as to what to do, because this was not done on the day of inauguration. It was done ahead of time, okay. Yeah, and she has no gloves on. Good point. Good point. Right? So they could also be the design of the coat. No, the point is that the design of the coat in the video had the second button. Look at this. The second button is unbuttoned. The third, fourth, fifth, all the way down is good. But here, her fourth button. Look at that. Okay? So that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. So all these people were scripted. First, remember, they're not. This isn't on the 20th. This wasn't on the 20th. Cindy said maybe they had a quickie. Well, the way he was moving around on stage, I'm guessing he could probably get that in.
Erection?
Mustard Seed Faith, 42. She's a lobbyist for Altria Group, the parent company of cigarette maker Philip Morris. But according, hold on, let me see if I can make that bigger and read this. I should be able to read it over here. Let me see. Let's see.
Did you lose me?
No, I got you.
Okay.
Okay. So, but according to the family, they've taken measures to prevent conflicts of interest. He's recused himself from anything affecting Altria, and she's agreed not to lobby anyone in Congress. She also lobbies for craft food groups and was named 45 out of 10,000 lobbyists. Okay.
45?
Roy Blunt is a Missouri Republican senator. Dave Starsky says, what do you mean to say was you're supposed to come out and act like you're leaving with your wife and you're not arrested? Come on, man. Okay. So here's what I mean by that. Think about it. Every single one of these people was told to do something. Pretend that it's the 20th. They were all told that, okay? And they had different missions. Like, okay, Roy, you're going to stand here, but now you're going to stand over here. You two girls, you're going to stand here, but now you're going to get lost. Then you're going to, and they're directing this whole scene. Okay, we're going to have your second button unbuttoned, but then for the master shot, we're going to have the fourth button, because they're showing us these things. Everybody's looking for arrests. And so we look at this and we see it looks like an arrest. Come on, man. You got your arms back there like that. You're walking the whole way like that. But look like that, but then we're not going to arrest you. Okay? So they're sending us like different messages. It's just uncanny, the kind of crap that they're doing, that they're having these people do. So what is it that yeah, kit theory. Kraft uses Cenomix flavoring, which uses aborted fetal tissue for flavoring their products. Okay, those are the kind of companies these people are promoting. Let's see. What if this was taken before the arrest part? Well, this is when they came out of the Capitol, I believe, Virginia. But it could have been. They could have been any time. Yeah, both parties are dirty because it's one big party and none of us are in it, actually. Absolutely. Tiger. Yeah. This is, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Why disinformation like this? Blue skies and biscuits. That's a great question. Todd, you know, why would they have him walking out like he's being arrested and then, you know, not arrest him? Or the bottom line is it safe to say, guys, that can we agree on the fact that everybody that you see in this photo has to do exactly as they're told. Can we agree on that, since it wasn't shot on the inauguration, the day of the inauguration, and that it was shot as a movie and it wasn't, recorded live? Right? I mean, I think we can all agree on that, can't we? Right?
I have my hand raised.
Okay, good. I couldn't hear it. Or smell it.
Oh, you can probably smell it.
And here's Blunt from Jill. Thank you, Jill. This is Blunt's wife, the button comparison right here. So this is when they walked out, and this is literally minutes later right there. Okay? And obviously he's not in handcuffs because he's waving, right?
Well, and that military uniform that the guy's wearing between them is not an accurate military uniform.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was mentioning earlier.
Just give us some more clues.
Yeah.
For you, by the way, here's this.
This is his wife, right here. Okay. What is that woman in the? Is that his wife in that photo? And let me see. I also wanted to show. And by the way, guys, think about it this way, okay? When I said that it looks like Roy Blunt is being arrested, okay? But then we find out that that's his wife, and so he's just walking with his wife. Does that discredit me? Okay? How many people are running with a story like that, and then they discredit themselves, right? And so it discredits part of the truth movement, confuses not just the white hats, the people that are good, but also the people that are bad, right? That's disinformation. Is the reason you send disinformation is so that you can create confusion. And there's a lot of that out there, okay? And let me also, I want to find that, and let me get this one.
And all that can be a distraction, Dave. It keeps us from digging on other stuff that we're supposed to be digging in.
Exactly.
I can't help but think that we should fall back to what Ezra Cohen Watnick said, when you don't lose focus on Ghislaine Maxwell and don't lose focus on Assange. And, there's some big fish that haven't shown their faces in this picture,
Yeah.
They haven't been brought to prominence yet. And that might be, where the big finale comes from if it's not D-class. Or
Right.
all of the above.
Right. This is, by the way, this is from Barb. I want to play this and listen again. This is like, these people being told what to do. Watch this. Pelosi. So this is a young gal. First of all, this woman right here, okay, who's walking behind Pelosi, and they all have badges on here. We're not seeing that full shot, but 1, 2, 3 have what we believe to be either military police badges, which we think is what it is, or Capitol Police badges, okay? And here is, okay, why is that not coming back on? Here we go. I don't know why that's doing that. So she's directing this woman. She's look at how she's pointing Nancy over here now. Okay, it's not like come over here, Miss Speaker. Okay, see, she pointed. That's that woman right there. Okay, so that's virtually a woman who, a young lady who is directing the most powerful woman in the United States and telling her exactly what to say or not to say. Okay, that's the kind of stuff
kind of reminds
that we're getting.
Kind of reminds me of the Hillary Clinton arrest video.
Yeah,
where that I think that's when she went down. I've watched that video many times and dissected it. I don't
on
think
9/11. On 9/11.
Well, when she was at the 9/11, what was it? Somebody was giving a speech about it.
Yeah. Jen H. Relevrox, Dave, I never saw Justice Clarence Thomas at the inauguration. Could he have sworn Trump in on Marine One, which would explain the 21-gun salute and hail to the chief at the airport? Here's the thing that a lot of people aren't talking about, Todd. The DNI could have very easily shown proof of the election fraud because they had it, and they basically could have very easily said, "Yep, Trump won the election," okay, and made it classified. And he was elected, by the way, for the second term as the president of the U.S. corporation. So he could absolutely still be the president in the second term of the U.S. corporation and still planning on getting us out of the corporation into the republic. That's a distinct possibility. Dan Scavino's got a new post on Telegram. Thank you, Dexter Jean. And let's see if we can get there. Let's see. Let me look for that. See. I'm not showing Dan Scavino on Telegram. Isn't he still on Twitter? Isn't Scavino still on Twitter, guys?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I'll look. I know he's there. He was there yesterday, anyway.
Yeah, I'm just pulling him up because I know he is. Okay. Let's see. So his last post was 11 hours ago. Awesome seeing a great friend and future governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, at the White House this past weekend. Would love to see her run. Do it, Sarah. And then this is a part of a video.
In the pitch black of night, with no lights on the plane or runway, Air Force One touched
by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
Down in war-torn Iraq. Nearby, hundreds of troops had gathered at a remote military base in the desert to celebrate Christmas. They expected to be joined by senior military leaders.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. What happened? What the hell happened? Where'd my tweeter go? Where'd my tweeter go? There it is. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
In the pitch black of night, with no lights on the plane or runway, Air Force One touched down in war-torn Iraq. Nearby, hundreds of troops had gathered at a remote military base in the desert to celebrate Christmas. They expected to be joined by senior military leadership, but instead got their commander-in-chief. The room erupted. A young soldier yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the Army because of you." And the president replied, "And son, I'm here because of you." That soldier then came over to me and said, "Thank you, Sarah. I love the way you handle yourself. You have a tough job." I politely corrected him and told him thanks, but I take questions. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job. The soldier silently reached up and tore the Brave Rifles patch from his arm. and handed it to me and said, "We're in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. America is great because we are free, but today, our freedom and the rule of law are under attack. I was the first White House press secretary to require Secret Service protection because of a credible, violent threat against me. We've seen violence in our streets, at a congressional baseball practice, and at our Capitol. This is not who we are as Americans. To remain free, we must have law and order and resolve our differences peacefully. The radical left's solution is to impose government control and censorship from the top down. But their socialism and cancel culture will not heal America. It will only further divide and destroy us. Everything we love about America is at stake. And with the radical left now in control of Washington, your governor is your last line of defense. In fact, your governor must be on the front line. So today, I announce my candidacy for governor of Arkansas and ask for your prayers and your support. As governor, I will defend your right to be free of socialism and tyranny, your Second Amendment right to keep your family safe, and your freedom of speech and religious liberty. Our state needs a leader with the courage to do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. I took on the media, the radical left, and their cancel culture, and I won. As governor, I will be your voice and never let them silence you. My dad always said, the real test of a leader is not the way you handle the issues you know are coming. It's rising to the moment in a crisis you can never plan for. I've been tested under fire, successfully managing one crisis after another in one of the most difficult, high-pressure jobs in all of government. At the table with President Trump confronting our most dangerous adversaries like China and North Korea, winning on tax cuts, the border, and judges, enduring relentless attacks, but still getting the job done. I was only the third woman and the first mom to serve as White House press secretary. And with your support, I hope to be the first woman to lead our state as governor.
Yeah, she'll be awesome. She was in the den of vipers, my friends, as the White House press secretary, just as Kayleigh was. Wanted to address, John, your comment. Dave, we must always remember that no one becomes the president of the United States without the elite selecting him. Donald John Trump was the absolute first president of the United States in our modern era that the elite did not select, that the military selected. But the elite have done everything in their power to keep him from being president and also to take him out once he was president. And that's because he's taking out the elite. Let's see. Okay. Todd, do you have anything you wanted to check in on? I do want to, I think Scavino, people were saying Scavino, first of all, this was 11 hours ago. This was at, first of all, it's 7 minutes and 46 seconds long. So if we go to 7:46 and see if he's trying to tell us anything with this Sarah Huckabee post, and you'll see Wallace, and you'll see, what the hell? What the hell is that?
Hey, you said your phone doesn't work.
It doesn't. That's somebody calling me on Telegram. So Wallace, Chris Wallace looks clean as far as those descriptors used by Q are concerned. Looking into Matthews now. That's from an Anon. And then 17 sends a link and says you are not looking close enough. Let's see what this link brings us. Oh, just that he's Mike Wallace's son, right? So he's trying to let us know that this is a family of CIA operatives operating behind the scenes. Now, I don't know what the significance is of this for this particular day, for this particular video from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, but Scavino did it at, let's see the time. I want to say 11:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's go to Q drop 11:14 and see if Scavino's trying to tell us anything. From an Anon, I get the basic chemical connection, but baby on floor, etc. doesn't make the connection to chemical false flag in Syria to me unless baby on floor means F fall and hand and mouth means F feed. So it's FF, meaning false, the thing you wave when you're patriotic. There's Pepe doing a dance. The connection is simply chlorine, not false F. Keep in mind that every crumb is not meant to be solved before the event. Some of the drops are things for Anons to dig on and make connections with. Others are markers for future reference. Future proves past. Some drops are just simply communication to the Anons. What needs to be understood to appreciate what's going on here is the fact that Q is basically creating a circular flow diagram that can be referenced and cross-checked with news releases. Q can't just disclose specifics about a situation or operation without violating security protocol. Instead, they drop questions and statements that lead to answers that can be understood once the subject becomes public. This provides the validation necessary for the public to believe the Great Awakening is legit. Disinformation and misdirection with Q is real. We were just talking about that. In other words, Q is pointing over there, but really the focus is here. And only until you publicly get the news can you go back and understand. Think Saudi Arabia drops. All of this is accomplished without giving up specific details about the operation. It's quite genius. Okay. There you go. That's 17. So, considering we were just talking about this, right? We were just talking about this, and now we're actually, it comes up in that particular timestamp. Dan Scavino fans page is supposedly Scavino, but do we have confirmation on that, guys? Because we don't want to go chasing our tails here. Let me pull up Dan Scavino on Telegram. This is him with a picture of President Trump. And I don't know where they're at, but it says game on. And Scavino's writing that. Game on. There's a picture on the right of Melania flying on a helicopter, looking like visiting possibly war area, because there's a gentleman in military garb there. Right there on the right. We don't see the other pictures, but yeah, game on. We the Pepe, if Joe Biden got 82.1 million votes, why are Democrats still obsessed with Trump? That's a great question. Yeah, so there's a lot of great information being dropped right now, folks, and I want to go to a little bit of it. and I want to keep it fairly brief tonight because I want to keep my my stamina going through the week, because it's I think it's going to be a big week, like they all are lately. Let me go to let's go to Frogman Todd on Twitter. Have you been checking that?
He's been good.
Yeah, he's been crushing it.
Yeah, and using him is not really an outside comm just because of what he's talking about. He shares information. He doesn't like give opinion. I don't believe it's drop related also.
That's a great point, because this is it's a lot of. All right, I'm back for round 4. Fucking Jack is such a POS. This was 2 hours ago, so I guess he got knocked down again. Bring back Parlor, he's saying. Good. The Oval Office is by way of Hollywood. Bring back Castle Rock Pictures, which built a White House set on the east and west wing in the Culver lot in Los Angeles. By the way, guys, one of the things that we can find out, Stephanie, thank you. We talked about Joe, the Korean Secret Service guy. Let's see. Yeah, sea to lake, Mar-a-Lago. Watch the water. Could be. One of the things I wanted to mention about Mar-a-Lago is that it was once it was going to be a White House, like a Southwest White House, and it has two underground bomb bunkers, supposedly. That was some intel I got earlier today. And let's see, I'm trying to find it, but it's not handy. Okay. So, but looking at, let me get back to Frogman here. Let's go to his. No, that's the wrong one. What happened? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Let's pull that up. Okay. Here we go. And this is him right here. And let's scroll down, shall we? New backup Twitter account. He's got a different number, so we'll go to that here in a minute. Shame on you, real Nick Sandman. You'll regret that decision soon. Mike Pence is not the man you think he is. You've got a lot of growing up to do, little boy. True patriots will shun you. Every lie will be revealed. Lynn. Interesting. What did Lynn say about it on Telegram, by the way, today, guys? Is that something that he's upset about, or is it, does he support Nick's situation? SO equals Special Warfare Operator, aka Spec Operator. Let's see. General Flynn's brother was promoted today. Deputy Chief of Staff, G357 U.S. Army, Washington, D.C., to Commanding General U.S. Army Pacific, Fort Shafter, Hawaii. Wow, nice one, going to Hawaii. Interesting. So that was just today. Thank you for that. Fly Girl, nice. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. So the if the world hate you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. John 15, 18 to 19. Let's see. MyPillow CEO and Trump ally Mike Lindell has been suspended from Twitter. That's ridiculous. Try to understand. I can't show that video because I'll get flagged. Susan Rice's days are numbered. That would be awesome. Game on. This is Frogman on Twitter doing what we just saw Scavino doing on over on Telegram. Let's see. Okay. Joe Biden is being investigated in Ukraine for money laundering. He sold out to the U.S. to China for money. He sniffs children. He's been on Epstein's island. He worships Satan. A real nice guy, right? We the Pepe. Trump unveils new office in Florida. Okay, no, don't need to see that. The president with the most votes in history can't release one YouTube video with more likes than dislikes. Seems odd. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
The other thing on Joe, I've been watching his account.
Yes.
He's lost about 2.6 million followers.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. From the time I started watching him, I thought it was like 28.8, and now he's down to like 26 point something. And I was like...
26.6, yeah, you're right.
Remember? He was at like 28.8 when I started.
Absolutely.
And for the most popular president ever, he's losing 2 million followers? Huh.
Yeah.
That's a head-scratcher.
Todd, something tells me that something's not right with him.
I think you're right, Dave. You're on to something. It's that intuition.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, folks.
You're really stretching it.
Just gonna go out on a limb. Something
Don't
ain't
risk
right.
our credibility. Stop now before you say it.
Something just ain't right. That boy just ain't right. Yeah. Yeah, so let me go to Telegram. Let me find the True Great Awakening, who did not drop. I don't think True Great Awakening dropped today. But hold on, before I do anything, before I go over there, I got to go into show chat. I've got to find out if y'all are dropping stuff for me. I know Christy's probably, trying to throw a shoe at her screen. Okay. Let me see. All right. This is okay. All right, cool. All right. So let me back that up and see if there's something there before. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is interesting. So from Christine Nance Taylor. Hey, Dave, Q misspelt the word transparency on Q post 4645. I put it in the gematria calculator and found some very current results under the English gematria. You should look into it. So let me go to 4645.
So you're going to humor her, Dave?
Yes, exactly.
That, like you do me?
Exactly.
Thanks, buddy. That's nice of you.
So 4645, which is interesting, folks, because 4645 is supposedly Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And here we go. What happens if 44 is actively running a shadow command and control shadow presidency operation against the current duly elected POTUS? What former mid-senior admin officials would need to be involved? What current mid-senior admin officials would need to be involved? What key positions of power would be critical to the operation? How do you finance the operation? FBI mid-senior officials terminated to date, DOJ, mid-senior officials terminated to date. Pentagon, mid-senior officials terminated to date. NatSec, mid-senior officials terminated to date. State Department, mid-senior officials terminated to date. Executive Office of the President, Office of the Vice President, Director of National Intelligence, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Homeland Security, Treasury, District of Columbia U.S. Attorney, SDNY. All these people were fired or let go, folks. Inspector General, Intelcom, State Department Inspector General, Special Rep for Ukraine negotiations, Ambassador to Ukraine, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Class 1 to 99 Defense, Classified 1 to 99 Intel. Importance of controlled MSM propaganda. What you see is not true. What we say is true, not what you see. Importance of controlling the narrative. All assets deployed, nothing to lose. Treason, sedition, conspiracy, information warfare, irregular warfare, insurgency, infiltration, not invasion, clear and present danger to the United States of America, the shadow presidency of 44, prevention of power returning to the people, power, control, prevention of accountability, prevention of transparency, war, a critical moment in time. And so we see, let's go to the Gematria calculator, and let's put in the transparency misspelled. Okay?
Yeah, it's hard to see the relevance in that post, though, Dave. I mean, we're stretching it here.
I know, right? And how interesting, right? 46, 45,
right.
And 45 was Obama.
That's sorry, awesome.
44 was Obama. Yeah. Throw a shoe back at Christie. Exactly. Yeah, no, one of my shoes could kill somebody, Dixie. Size 15. It's like throwing a car at her. Throwing a Yugo. Yes, Master 1, this is Jewish. Quetzal, Never Emma, Yusuf, bankruptcy, which could, be a part of the corporation bankruptcy. Self-love, Vesta, Almost Christmas, and I Am Done. The Book of Raziel, I'm Baby Boy, All Souls Day. Jeanette, a 33, which is the Masonic Order, 33rd degree, Freemasons. Jonathan Kleck, Severage, All Duels Day. Hopi Indian Prophecy. Guys, if you haven't studied the Hopis, Indian prophecies, there's some really trippy stuff in the Hopi. I recommend you check it out. The Life I Live, The Storm Is Here Signs, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad guy. Serpent on the Cross, The Holy Algorithm, Antichrist Body, A Mighty Anunnaki, Anu and his sons Enlil and Enki from Nibiru, written about by the Sumerians on tablets. Dude, that's not cool, man. Genetically modified children, creepy. Let me see. So let's go down to, excuse me, English. the Holy Bible Code. Excuse me, Magdalene bloodline. There are many that think that Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus and had children with him, and that is the bloodline. Remember, guys, there were a lot of books left out of the Bible. Only the ones that really served the papacy were included. Ray Prophecy, English Aviary, Aloud in Heaven, I Received a Message, God, a December Eyed Lord Sign, Green Bay Packers, the best NFL team, not anymore. Okay. There's some stuff. Eric John, Red Pill, Created in His Image, Heavenly Father. Okay. So, so interesting that there's never a mistake. So transparency could have been that the bankrupt could have been a lot of things from that they're trying to convey, but this is definitely significant, and it talks about the trip that Obama made, that was kind of mirroring President Trump's trip, right? So we got that. Well,
I think what's safe to say here, Dave, is we're not. I don't think that that 17's team is concerned about Biden at all. I think they're concerned about the shadow government, and that's where we're having military intelligence and the deep state going at it behind the scenes. That's why we're seeing this play going out. As business as usual for Americans, but we know better. So, they don't want to say, hey, this is what's happening. Could you imagine reporting all this and having people freak out about they don't know what government, who's running the country, what they're doing. And it's a state of confusion that I don't think a lot of people would be up for.
Yeah.
But, some of us are okay with it and looking forward to it.
Yep. Yep, exactly. Let me see. How long is this? No, it's too long. Guys, please don't send me videos that I can't show on the show during the show. Please save that for later. I would love to see them, but I can't. I don't want to be fielding things that I can't use for the show. Thank you. During that time. Let me see if I can cut this down. And there's. Have you guys gotten into the drops on? Let me see. Here's a.
I didn't do the deltas for today.
Okay, that's something we need to take a look at.
I'm slacking.
There's a 10-minute video that Angeline shared. Thank you, Angeline, of the Mar-a-Lago. But I'll see if I can post that later. And let me see. And I want to do two things. I want to go to the Great Awakening. I want to show you guys more about that. And I also want to show you...
you might want to go to Day One Trumpet, too. He was laying down. He's still
on. Which one?
Day One Trumpet.
On Twitter.
Yep.
Yeah. He's dropping some good stuff. And I wanted to bring this up. Hold on. Let me transition over here. Day One Trumpet. 321 Forgiveness. Let's see. May 12th. This is a pinned tweet. It'll go down 1 hour. So I've noticed in the last few days, @Jack sends out or turns on his bot machines and zaps people's accounts and hides followership when I am assuming they are fixing the algo or doing something to it. The number of followers have been going up 1,000, then down and disappearing. Speaking of which, let me see where I'm at there.
Yeah, they've been identifying also some camouflage Twitter accounts that if they may sound like patriots, but as soon as you follow them, you get zapped.
Dude, I just got zapped. I was almost to 5,000 followers, I think, and I'm down to 3,069. That's they're definitely messing with my numbers there, and that's not a lot. Like there's people that have a ton more than me, but you're almost taking half of my followers there, which is it's a pain in the ass.
No, I can't even have an account, Dave.
I know. I was just going to say, I'm kind of, I'm
because you can't say DF.
Yeah, exactly.
Oops.
So keep tabs. The correlate with news, which moves narratives and steers perceptions, directing minds. Biden named Secretary of Defense. It's hilarious. Remember that dude? What was his name? Oh my God. Oh, and Bernie's popping up here behind him. That's hilarious. This is, oh God, what was his name, guys? Help me out with this. This dude was amazing. So hilarious. I never really watched MASH, but he was, Klinger,
Radar?
Klinger.
Oh, Klinger? Yeah.
Yeah.
Klinger. There was another thing that was pretty good. The senior officials that he thinks, Pentagon's top technology officials resign. That's by the Hill.
Yeah. Interesting.
We're going to see more resignations, and it says senior.
Yep. Yep. And we're just dealing with the resignations. The Pentagon's top technology official and his deputy are resigning next month, a Defense Department official confirmed on Tuesday. Mike Griffin, the Pentagon's first Undersecretary of Research and Engineering, and his deputy, Lisa Porter, will leave July 10th. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Christy. And Christy, who was the one that brought that up? Do you remember? Oh, Jamie Farr, Kathy. Awesome.
That's it.
Yeah, Jamie Farr. Yeah, fantastic. Let's see.
Oh, and the other thing I thought was significant, Dave, I went to Disclose. I've been using disclose.tv for some news.
Yeah.
11 hours ago, it says, just in, Italy Prime Minister Conte to resign tomorrow. So we were assuming he was arrested, but whether he was or not, he's resigning tomorrow.
No, the president, I believe the president and the prime minister are two separate individuals.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not up on there.
So that means they're taking out the two top heads. Please confirm that, guys. But the president and the prime minister are two different people in Italy.
That makes sense now.
I believe. Yeah. Did we ever get confirmation that he was arrested? Like, did that make mainstream?
I never
That's
did
confirmation, but do you guys know if that was confirmed? The president of Italy? Would you help me out on that? So here's something interesting that was brought to us by Snedhead here, Todd. You guys are seeing this picture of the Pentagon here, right?
Yep.
Now, let's talk about the corporation here, right? The Corporation of 1871, the United States of America Corporation, right? That post from the Hill was last June. Hold on. Pentagon's top officials resign. Oh, my God. Hold on.
What?
Yes, it was June 23rd. Ah. Nice catch. I didn't even think about it because it was, Mark Esper on Wednesday confirmed the resignations and praised Griffin Porter's work. But why are they sending us to this?
Focus on them maybe in the future.
Yeah. Thank you. Good catch on that. Who caught that?
It says more coming. Senior, remember your oath.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. More coming. Senior, remember your oath. Yep. Perfect. Okay. And the oath is to the Constitution, right? So, let's see. Wuzzy Fuzzy says, apparently there are 8 folds of time, and only God can see the infinite folds. The Satanists go after RH0 negative bloodlines as it's Jesus's bloodline, and they are prophetic, and can remote view. Awesome. Thank you for that. That's good stuff. No, it says the PM in Italy resigned so he can take over as president, Daphne says. Okay. Uni, Sophie, thank you for the last June. So this is about more coming, senior, remember your oath. So the point here is that they resigned and now there's going to be more coming, right? So let's talk about the corporation, Todd. We talked about the corporation, right, being in the they created the District of Columbia, right, as the capital of the corporation, right, which isn't in the United States. It's not in Virginia. It's not in Maryland, and so here's the thing. Now we know that the cabal has put they have the Vatican City, which is not in Rome, not in Italy. It's its own entity. They've done the same with the City of London, which is in London, but it's not a part of the City of London. It's not a part of England. Okay, so this is very interesting, to say the least, that we are dealing with the Pentagon. So the Vatican is money and religion. The City of London is money, and the Pentagon is defense. But if you see this picture of the Pentagon, what can you tell me about this, guys? What do you see about the Pentagon in terms of its location? It's west of the Potomac. It's on the other side of the Potomac from Washington, D.C. It's in Virginia. It's in Pentagon City, Alexandria, Virginia. And so that means possibly that the corporation doesn't control the military. And that is why the military is able to step outside of the corporation and control things with Donald Trump, as they have seemingly been doing, outside of the corrupt cabal. So while the military has DC on lockdown, the Pentagon itself is not on lockdown. Right?
Oh, interesting.
Right? Isn't that great?
Yeah, because the assumption was that the control over the military was the third side of the triangle. Right. But you also have to consider, that is finance also in the richest country in the world.
Yeah.
Wall Street. I'm sure there was a financial. I mean, they're all involved in the financial side because that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But the executive that was in the land of DC, we should call it now Oz or whatever you want to call it, had control basically over the armed forces, being commander in chief as he sat in a foreign land.
Right.
Which now they've said,
Yeah.
Because all the rumors, this is all speculation. Everything I heard was, that if President Trump didn't agree to running, they really didn't have any other good options, and there was going to be a military takeover. So this was a softer way of doing it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Getting the same thing done with less bloodshed. Can you imagine a true indoctrinated group of people, fighting amongst themselves after they've been fighting for a lie?
By the way, this is the White House, which is looks pretty dark. There's only a few lights on. And and by the way, what do you think about that holding area and or gallows possibly in front of the White House? Like, by the way, what the hell is that all about? They're not going to be. It's not going to be like, people. We were thinking about, why would they build that? Maybe it's for the media for the inauguration, right? Well, guess what? It wasn't used for the inauguration. They didn't even let him in the building. They made him wait outside. So what is this for? If we do have when we do have these military tribunals, is this the where it's going to be held and where they're going to take care of them, right?
They may take care of them there, yes. Good care.
Yeah, very good care. So there's been discussion about that we have, because what Wazzy was saying is that there's the Project Looking Glass, which is actually time travel into the future. There's the Yellow Cube, which is looking into the future, and that's a device that I think gathers all information from timelines and projects that you can look into the future of different timelines. And then there's the Black Cube, which supposedly does the same thing as the Yellow Cube. Okay, and from my understanding, the Black Cube is off planet, and the Yellow Cube and Looking Glass is a technology that we've developed, but I'm not exactly sure on that. Angeline, interesting article, short article on the Italy arrest. Thank you. Let's see. Gallows are for hanging.
It's hard to discount all the things that are happening internationally. Exactly. In the dark, the blackouts that we've had at the Vatican, the blackout we've had, and then over the weekend we had the fire at Parliament.
Yeah.
And I don't know the extent, to what extent that was, but it sure seems like there's some stuff happening around the world.
Yeah. Melania's was not cubes; they were hexagrams, but it could be, suggesting cubes. I'd love to make a movie on all this. I think it will, because this is like the best, greatest story ever. Oh yeah, Duda and Maf. Also, the Black Cube, folks, is Satan. Satan's cube, and there's the Wailing Wall and the Black Cube of Saturn that is worn on the forehead of the Jewish men that use it for prayer, and they walk around it. The Black Cube, and so there's a lot of symbolism with the Black Cube. No question about it. The let's see.
That was the Muslims, wasn't it, Dave? The Black Cube.
Well, the Black Cube that they pray to is in Mecca. Is that Mecca, right?
Right.
Yes. And the Jews are the Wailing Wall, but the Jews use the Black Cube on their head. Thank you. Yeah. So this is the Black Cube in Mecca. There it is. So it's representative in both.
And that's where they walk
religions.
around it three times, isn't it?
Yeah.
They make 3 laps. Yeah.
Yeah. And then and then you've got this. Here's the Black Cube on the Jewish forehead. Okay. Very, and here's Saturn. This is where we, the black cube of Saturn, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santa Ana. Okay. This is the occult worship. So, are they in reverence of the black cube that they can see into the future with? What is the connection here? I'm not really dialed into all that, but there is a very, very odd relationship with a huge black cube, right? And especially when it's the black cube of Saturn. So to be continued. Also the Star of David can be drawn in it in sacred geometrical patterns, which is basically two pyramids, an upside down and a right side up pyramid. But very, very interesting stuff to, here's the black cube, decoded black cube symbolism, goes back to Egypt. So a lot of, of course, then there's Ice Cube, who's black. So, all right, not related at all. Not related. Fake news. All right. So, so thanks for dropping that stuff, Wuzzy. It's good stuff. Let me see. Dave, do you still golf? If so, President Trump owes you around. I would, Fat Daddy, I'd love to take him up on that. I'd love to golf with him. I haven't golfed in ages, but I still got my clubs. And I'll probably, when I come back, we both got to take him. Todd's good. Todd's like real golfer.
Maybe grab Scavino and we'll hit the links.
What's your handicap now? Are you disclosing it publicly, or do you not want to?
It's pretty good lately. I haven't played enough to have bad habits, so I've played well when I've played very few times. It's if I don't play a lot, I don't get any bad habits, and I stripe it right down the middle. But if I play a lot, then everything starts going awry a little bit. So
right.
But no, it's really good right now. Especially in the winter, I watch a lot of golf, so I'm really good in my mind.
You're being very vague. You're. It's
I
almost
I would say I'm most days I'm scratch.
Nice.
But sometimes I scratch my head after I hit the shot too. So that I have those every once in a while.
Yeah.
What the hell happened there? Who hit my ball? But I got pretty good control over the pill.
That's cool, man.
So I'd love to play with those guys. That'd be great. You and me against Trump and Scavino. Mm-hmm. Anywhere they want to play, $1 a hole.
I love it. So let me pull this up. This is from the Clinton. I just want to bring this up because we mentioned this the other night. This is the Clinton library, the presidential library in Little Rock, Arkansas. This is the Oval Office in Little Rock, Arkansas. Okay, and the model, by the way, guys, the one thing that people haven't really been focusing on is the windows. And you see where there's a strip in these windows in the middle that is, it looks like they can be opened. Like it's the kind of window that can be opened top to bottom because it's a thicker line right here than all the other lines, right? So it looks like, okay, I can open this and slide it up. Right?
Yeah, they call that a double hung.
What do you call it?
That's called a double hung. So
okay.
they so you slide one and it misses the other one. That's a double hung.
A double hung. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can't open it, it's a fixed window. It's fixed in place.
Okay. If you can't open it. Okay. Now let me see. I'm trying to find the real deal here. And I can't remember which it is, but you know what? Let me find Biden's pictures in the Oval Office. Let me find that. But thank you for that, Resident Karma, for dropping that one there. Let me see.
It's really weird while you're looking at that, noticing this map of the storms that are across the U.S. right now.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be in all of the locations other than the southern U.S. that's getting it. California is getting it. The upper Midwest, including like Chicago and Milwaukee and Michigan, are getting it. And also the East Coast is getting it. So it's almost like all Dem states.
Interesting.
Not all Dem states, but you know what I'm saying, the big Dem populations. Atlanta's getting it. Just odd, you know?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the images there of him doing it. Okay. All right. Now, okay, the ones. All right, I got to get back to you on this, guys, because I'm not finding what I was looking for. But we'll get back to that another time.
I mean, look at it this way, Dave.
It has to do with the windows. Yeah.
If you can control the weather as they do with HARP,
yes,
then if you created blizzards and terrible weather in places, that keeps people home too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So that might make it easier. Yeah, keep everybody home and safe.
Especially California, man. If there's a sprinkle, people are running for the hills. Seriously, you ought to see the way people drive when it rains in LA. It's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. You'd think they were driving in 3 feet of snow. It's crazy.
So California has a winter storm warning for Alpine, Amador, Butte, Calaveras, El Dorado, Nevada, Placer, Plumas, Shasta, Sierra, Tehama. I got these words I can't say, but they're having winter storm warnings there too, along with flooding. There's your weather report.
Nice. The weather with Todd. That's. I'm glad.
So I'm watching the water for you guys. I'm watching making it rain.
Nice. Yeah, we'll watch the water. Todd, now we know we got a role for you after Q is gone.
Todd, the weather guy
for the show. Now to the weather with Todd. Which, by the way,
followed by dark.
You're gonna have to crush it because all the weather people in the United States anyway have to be women with big boobs. It's crazy. Like some of the meteorologists, I never knew there were so many beautiful meteorologists in the world until you start watching mainstream news and you see them all in tight-fitting dresses, and it's like, oh my God, it's like you might as well get your
right or wrong.
you might as well get your weather from Victoria's Secret. Exactly. We got 2 huge storm fronts moving in. Yeah, you do. So, there's some. Appreciate you guys sending this. So my understanding of the windows is that the one that Biden was shot in front of, no pun intended, didn't have the double hung when he was signing the executive orders, but I believe the ones in the actual Oval Office are double hung. You might have more luck with that than I do. But I'm looking at some of these, like, for example, here's President Trump in front of the windows, and you see they're double hung, so you could literally open those, right? And then
Do you think the ones in the White House are really double hung though? I don't know the original. I would think they would be the safety glass and the
I mean,
security feature.
I think they are double hung, but I don't think they necessarily open. That seems a little too convenient,
Right. Hey, let's air out the White House. It just doesn't seem like.
Yeah, but do you have visual? Are you able to see what I'm putting up here? And then here's Joe, but we're not seeing the windows the same. Here, let me see if I can find the picture of Joe with the.
Yeah, they look like double hung.
Right. Okay.
Behind President Trump.
Now let's see if we can find Joe's, but there's not a wide enough. Thank you, Julie, for that. Well, let me see if let me see what we got here. I'll see if I can find.
Yeah, I can see that the top sash is way bigger on President Trump's.
Right. Okay.
And on Biden's, you can see it's just a fixed pane.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So let me see if I can find Biden signing those executive orders. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Biden has the double pane too. Okay. Yep, he does have it, and the ones behind him I thought that was different, but so it does look like double hung, but
yeah, and some people are commenting there are single hung that where only one piece of glass slides. That's the difference. You have a fixed, like that in that case, most times you would have a fixed top, and then you'd slide the window on the bottom up and down.
Right.
Where a double hung, you can slide both.
Yeah. So I thought that Biden's did not have that, but it turns out that he did. So that was my mistake on that. So, but that's the kind of stuff that we're looking for, right, guys? Like, this is the, the thing on President Trump's desk in the Oval Office. The little box is not on, Biden's. So,
well, and the weird thing is, Dave, also when he was signing his executive orders, supposedly, he wasn't reading them. And if you remember President Trump, he always took the time to read them before he signed them. No matter how much time it took, you don't want to just say, oh, yeah, my aide handed me this, so I'm going to sign it, without reading it. You don't do that as president. You read it and then you sign it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're talking about basic stuff where you always read what you're about to sign, and
he's not rubber stamping.
Right. Right. And so the thing about that is that you have he didn't read it and he didn't hold it up. And I think it was Ghost Ezra said that there was some writing on the second page, some typing on the second page that you couldn't make out, but there was none on the first. Dave, Red Velvet is trying to get your attention. Thank you. Red Velvet, what do you have? Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. CCC. Yeah. Let's see. Linwood Telegram. We'll check that out.
So I'm at 12:30 here our time, and I do have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up too. So, Bud, thanks for coming on. Cindy, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. She went in the other room. She's I think she's taking care of Shelby or taking care of something moms do.
Cool.
But
Shelby
I'll just go ahead and sign off at this point. I hope you guys.
Brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in tonight, and
cool.
I'm
Great
probably
stuff.
going to unplug a little bit more. I think that really helped me, and I'll be looking at stuff. But Don't get discouraged. Keep sending the stuff to me. I'll look at it as I can. I'm a little backed up right now on the information, so I'll get back in the flow here.
Yeah. No rush, brother. And because a lot of clarity comes from stepping away from it too.
And, I feel great.
I mean, we've done the work. We were talking, the other week, like before the inauguration, like we kind of feel like we did our job to prep everybody for, something's going to go down. It's not going to be a Biden presidency. It's we know that for sure. And so, the only thing that's happened from now to then is that people got really nervous after the inauguration. But then, they started seeing all these things that were anomalies. And I think everyone's pretty much on board now. Like, okay, yeah, this is a show.
Yeah,
this is
nothing is as it appears.
Yeah.
Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. It's really one of those situations. We just have to wait for clarity.
Yep, exactly.
And I don't think it's going to take that long, folks, because they're not going to keep their assets deployed forever. So we're looking at a matter of weeks or days, not months. So hang in there.
By the way, Lindsay shared something about role players needed, disaster victim actors in Las Vegas.
I saw that.
Looking like a potential FF there. The training exercise dates are 1/26, 28, and 30. Must be 18 years or older with a valid driver's license. Applicants must have a clean criminal record and be able to pass an NCIC background check. All right, so at least they're not looking for Antifa members.
I'm sure the white hats know about this. They'll probably have a lot of volunteers.
Yep, exactly, right? Exactly. All right, brother. Have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow.
Hey, love you, man. Love you, Snedheads.
All right, see you, pal.
Adios.
Oh, by the way, this is what that looks like, guys. I didn't have you with me. The role players needed here. And thank you, Lindsay, for that. Disaster victim actors, Las Vegas, 1/26, 1/28, 1/30. I want to look up the satanic calendar to find out what we got coming up here. Satanic ritual calendar, list of satanic holidays. And here we go. January 20th to 27th. Abduction, ceremonial preparation, and holding of sacrificial victim for Candlemas. Candlemas. The type of ritual is sexual and blood. The usage is oral, anal, vaginal, human sacrifice. Age, female or child, any age. Okay? And then St. Agnes Eve is the casting of the spells. Then that's January 29th. And February 2nd, Candlemas Sabbat Festival, blood, animal, and or human sacrifice. Okay? But what we're looking for is January 20th to 27th, specifically in Las Vegas. Folks, if you're in Las Vegas, please chime in. And please let your friends know. Okay? Okay. Dan Scavino ad was 745, redo and C. Susie H, thank you. Thank you for that. And yes, thank you, Susan. We'll also do the deltas. Okay. So January 20th, 27th, in that ad for the role players needed, they're looking for the 26th, 28th, and 30th out of those dates. 26th, 28th, and 30th. So 26th would fall in that January 20th, 27th. Then 28th would be, possibly close to the St. Agnes Eve. And the 30th would be, well, if this is St. Agnes Eve, then what's St. Agnes? I don't know. So, and then Satanic Revels, right? And then, of course, February 7th folks, as you're watching the Super Bowl, whoever is going to be watching the Super Bowl, what they are famous for is having satanic rituals at halftime with their satanic Illuminati musicians. So keep an eye out for that. And be safe, especially if you're in Vegas. Okay. Let's see. I want to see. Let me pull this up for you here. Let me get rid of some things. Okay. Let's go to, I want to do a few more things here before we break. First of all, let me take you to the Telegram, okay? And I want to show you, first of all, we are the IndoctriNATION on Telegram. So if you type in here the IndoctriNATION, and you see it here, it's just TS right here, okay? And if you click on it, there's not much there. There's the interview, from, not the interview, but when Lynn Wood got on that Zoom call. That was amazing. So you could find that on my Telegram at the IndoctriNATION. We will be dropping a lot of information here, folks. I'm just getting that lined up. Richard's helping me with that, and we're going to be dropping some doozies here, okay? So keep an eye out for that, and go ahead and log in with that. So let me go back to the True Great Awakening, okay? And this is a great source. I want you guys to go to this. Now, they've been dropping a lot of D-class stuff, okay? Like, for example, deception is key, okay? When we were talking about the office of Donald J. Trump, right? Deception to show that he's no longer president, which isn't true. Exclusive Lynn Wood says, I believe the military is in control. Joe Biden is a fake president. Guys, this is the defamation lawyer. This isn't a guy that goes around saying things about people that aren't true. This is a guy who tells you, please don't do that. Pat, Dave, see my comment on here regarding Lynn Wood interview. And Pat, here we go. Thank you. Okay. Is this the interview you're talking about, Pat? This one right here on Telegram? And if so, if it's not too long, I'll play it.
Censored by Twitter.
Yeah, it's like a half an hour long. So if you have a timestamp on it of a part where you want me to go to. Frogman's still posting, Beth? Okay, good to know. Okay, 7:45. Also, somebody said I got to go to 8:45, but Susie wants me to go to 7:45. Let me take you. Let me go away from the Great Awakening for a moment and take you back to the Q drops, because I don't want to miss that. Let me see. Let me do this. Okay. All right. And so let me do the mirror on 7:45, okay, which is 5:47, and also the 8:45, which is supposedly this. Okay, so 5:47 is Pope kissing a hand. I don't know who that is, okay, but the Pope is, what's the situation with the Pope? Has he stepped down yet? Wasn't he supposed to step down? 8:45, Snowden, welcome to China. Border crossing, -3. Spartans in darkness. Okay. Why did you have me go to 8:45? Was it that I missed Scavino's tweet? Was it a different time? At Snowden, welcome to China. Border crossing, -3. That was March 5th, 2018. That's not really telling me much right now. It's a fantastic interview, Lucinda. Okay. I'll play a little bit of it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Drop 0, go to 24. Also can find 2 and 4. All right. So Kurt went to after we went to the gematria of Joe. You know I won. He said go to 204 and also go to 24. But what's up, Q? Please tell me life will get better. Growing tired and need hope. We are winning bigly. Okay. Right? Are you guys growing tired and need hope? Right? So is this Anon. This Anon was growing tired and needed hope November 22nd, 2017. Okay? Drop the 0, you're down to 24. Any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission. We just went to that earlier today, didn't we, folks? Earlier today. Okay? And then dropping the 2, dropping down to the 4. Some of us come here to drop crumbs. POTUS 100% insulated. We went here last week on, we had 4 things within 24 hours send us here to number 4. This is a big one, and I want to leave this one with you. Operation Mockingbird, Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Now, again, people are saying, don't sit back, don't just do nothing, don't be a victim. Okay, that's not what 17's saying. 17 is saying that they've got it covered. Now, if they don't have it covered, guess what? You got 190 million gun owners in this country. I say that all the time, but I can't repeat it. I can't repeat it enough. That we're not going anywhere. They're not taking us. They're not taking us in large droves. And they're not putting us on trains and putting us in FEMA camps. Ain't going to happen, because historically they've never been able to do that when a population is armed. And we are more armed than any population in history. Dan Scavino post was timestamped 1232. Please look up 1232. 1232. What will next week hold? Moab, Q, mother of all bombs. Fire up those memes. Please stand by on the clock, ready to play. Moab incoming. Okay? Fire up those memes. Why does 17 say to follow up those memes? Following up those memes means that you're not going to be as censored. For those of you just writing out stuff on Twitter and putting it out there and getting censored, same with Facebook, 17 has told us to put them in memes and actually make the 4 corners dark, like it should be like a cross, because 17 has told us how to do that so that the bots don't get them. Telegram Q-tip, last drop. Thank you, Kathy. Here we go. Here's Q-tip, another good one to follow. Let me see. All right. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Holy cow. This is a hell of a decode. All right. Let me see. Let me see what we got here. Okay. Okay, now this is a great tip. Now this is something that Q-tip pulled out and also Barb shared with me earlier. Okay, the National Security Act of 1947 was a law enacting, let me make sure you guys are with me. No, you're not. Okay. And hold on, I got to also take you to that particular thing here. Let me get you to Telegram with me. All right. Okay. So, oh, wait a minute. When I do that, you can't see it. So I got to, how am I going to do this? All right, you're not going to see it for just a sec, but you're going to see that, and I'm reading to you what you're seeing. Was a law enacting major restructuring of the United States government's military and intelligence agencies following World War II. The majority of the provisions of the act took effect on September 18th, 1947, the day after the Senate confirmed James Forrestal as the first Secretary of Defense. Okay? The principal form used by the National Security Council is the principal form used by the President of the United States for consideration of national security, military, and foreign policy matters with senior national security advisors and cabinet officials, and is part of the executive office of the President of the United States. Since its inception under Harry S. Truman, the function of the Council has been to advise and assist the President on national security and foreign policies. The Council also serves as the President's principal arm for coordinating these policies among various government agencies. The Council has counterparts in the national security councils of many other nations. Okay? This is the next one, I believe. The next link. Okay. Okay. So this is we're gonna decode this a little bit. Okay. Now this is from the U.S. Air Force. B1 plus B2 plus B52 equals Super Bowl 55. Okay, 5-5. That's the POTUS tweet, by the way, that we're waiting for. Flyover. The Chiefs and Buccaneers punched in their tickets to Super Bowl last night. The U.S. Air Force will be there too. 3 different Air Force Global Strike bombers will conduct a flyover February 7th. Okay? 21. Why did we go to 21? 1 plus 2. Wait a minute. 21. I don't know where they're getting 21. Maybe is that the timestamp, but we'll follow it. 21. I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which started the intense shelling. At this point, we are far enough along you can paint the picture without risk of jeopardizing the operation. Okay? This is hard for me to show you guys in Telegram, so please bear with me. 22. Who controls the National Guard? Why was the National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines? Do conditions need to be satisfied to authorize? What former president used the military? We've been down this one many, many, many times. Okay. Let me see. 252, Red Cross is corrupt and used as a piggy bank. Future topic, diseases created by families in power, population control, and pharma billions. KB, look at CV. Think AIDS, future topic, relevant. Fly, Ross, fly, meaning the Rothschilds. Number 3, open your eyes. Priority to clean out the bad actors, to unite people behind the America First agenda. Many in our government worship Satan. Not about Republicans versus Democrats at this stage. Trust in your president. And that was the why is the National Guard called up across 4 cities? And POTUS is 100% insulated, which we were at earlier today. Okay. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Hold on, lost that. Declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Okay, these are all 17 drops, folks, that you're seeing here. Okay, this is President Obama with the ring. I believe it's a Muslim ring. 61. Please refer back and collect my crumbs. As discussed, we've anticipated the Twitter and other social media blackouts, which they did. This was November 2nd, 2017. 3 years, ago, saying it. Rogue agents, programmers, sealed federal orders. We quickly tracked and reinstated. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. Decoded, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope in a future. U.S. Air Force tweet with 55 is loud and clear, 5-5. Comms received. Some of the same comms are being sent that we've seen repeatedly sent by Pompeo and others. The whole world will be watching during Trump's impeachment, which is the second week of February. Flyover by U.S. Air Force on February 7th. Perfect day for shadow D-class. B equals 2, second letter of alphabet. Notice the word fly used by the U.S. Air Force, which corresponds back to the Q drop that mentions fly, Roth's fly. Coincidence. Okay, so that's kind of tying everything in there together. And these were the how they got to all those different drops. Okay, how you added up these numbers. All right. The world is watching. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. So there's some decodes, guys, that, you know, to me aren't as strong as what we had with the you know, with POTUS and Scavino and Q in unison, but there's some significant stuff going on with these. There's no question about that. With some of these comms that could be considered outside comms, but also depending on, you know, where they're coming from, could be considered inside. But the whole idea is that Q-Tip and people like this are trying to take you know, everything and try to make sense of it. That's basically what's happening, and they're going back to 17. So hats off to them for, you know, bringing it all back home. Okay. All right. Let me see, guys. Do you have I wanted to go back to. I did want to go back to True Great Awakening just briefly, just to make sure that you guys are tapping into that. And I also said I would play a little bit of the Lynn Wood. So let me do that and get back to her here. Telegram. There we go. Okay. And let's listen for a few minutes here.
Censored by Twitter, shadow banned on Facebook, and hated.
Or else, mirroring the high-tech censoring of President Donald Trump. Lynn Wood wrote a message on his Telegram account for his audience just moments ago. Quote, "My alma mater, Mercer Law School, turned on me. I've suffered politically motivated attacks on my law license and my previously pristine record of professionalism. I've been threatened by others to take efforts to have me jailed and prosecuted for a rhetorical, hyperbolic post about Mike Pence. No client had abandoned me, but I expect Nicholas Sandmann may do so, as he may be feeling pressure from members of Mitch McConnell's team on which Nicholas worked this election cycle. I've had serious threats of harm and death made against me and my family. My family has abandoned me, but I'm not alone. I have we the people who have showered me with messages which inspire me and they comfort me. In the end, my efforts have always been for we the people. Until and unless they silence me by imprisonment or death, I will not stop fighting for we the people, for honest elections, for freedom, and for the hundreds of thousands of little children who are being abused, molested, and sacrificed for the demonic pleasures of very evil people in the world, including leaders in our government." Lynn Wood joins us now, and for the first time ever, he'll be answering questions that have come directly from you. The questions that I will ask Lynn were pulled from my Twitter and Telegram followers, and Lynn has not been briefed on any of these questions. The answers you'll hear from Lynn in just a minute are straight from the heart of a man of God who has encouraged prayer, patience, and in some cases action in the form of requested resignations by Vice President Mike Pence and Chief Justice Roberts, as Mr. Wood has suggested that these men, among others, are not righteous and should be held to account in a public forum for alleged behavior that at best is less than honorable, but at worst criminal in the highest sense of the word. Let's get straight after it. Lynn Wood, as always, thank you for your time. It's always a pleasure speaking with you, and welcome back to PC Radio.
Well, thank you, Stu. I always enjoy speaking with you, and I commend you for your efforts to speak truth and convey truth to your listeners. We need people out there telling us the truth. It's hard to find these days.
Lynn, first of all, I need to tell you that the overwhelming majority of the people that were given the opportunity to ask a question just gave a statement instead. They say that they support you overwhelmingly. They thank you, they believe in you, and they're thankful for your courage. And I want to make certain that you're aware of that outpouring. And I need you to know that you're in the prayers of millions of people every single day. And I know that you feel it.
Well, thank you, Stu. I do feel it, and that's one of my tasks that's still ahead of me. I've received an incredibly large number of emails, and many folks have kind of poured their heart out to me, and I want to try to go back through in time and respond to each and every one of them, but I just got to, make that time, and I hope to do so over the next few weeks. So I know the support is there. I know that people around this country know that President Trump won. I know that the people around this country want and expect and must have an honest election. I think a lot of people in this country are also relying heavily on their faith in God right now, which is the best action they can take. I also believe that many people are rediscovering, and some for the first time finding their faith in God Almighty, and maybe that's why we're going through this persecution, so that our country and many individuals will draw closer in their relationship with God. So I thank you for telling me that. And to the people that are listening, I thank each and every one of them for their support and their prayers.
Many have asked this question, so I'm going to start with it. Pretty simple. Is the military in control of our country, or is Joe Biden a legitimate president signing executive orders and fully in charge as commander-in-chief?
I believe, without having definitive proof, that the military is in charge of our country. And I believe they are in charge of our country because Joe Biden is an illegal president. And I believe the military has evidence that establishes that fact. So that while he may be signing blank pages, or he may be signing executive orders prepared later for him by the people that control him, he's a puppet, I don't believe that those executive orders are going to see any action, because I don't have, as I said, confirmation, but I know the law. And I know that in the early 1950s, when Joe McCarthy began hearings on communism, and while he was a flawed man, he was right about communism. I know that Roy Cohn was his counsel. Roy Cohn was a flawed man, but he was right about communism. J. Edgar Hoover was a flawed man, but he was right about communism. And Roy Cohn worked for Donald Trump as a lawyer until his death, I believe, in the mid-'80s. I believe Donald Trump knows communism. The military knows communism. We knew in the 50s that communism, insidiously and without us realizing it, could take us over. As Khrushchev said, we'll take you over without firing a shot. I think they have. And then now they tried to formally get one of their puppets elected. But I believe the military was aware of what they were going to try to do because they'd done it in prior elections. So I believe the military has the evidence. I know that Sidney Powell and I and many others have worked hard to find the evidence ourselves to get it to the public, almost to prepare the battlefield. So if I'm right, and the military has evidence that shows that this was an illegal election and that Joe Biden is an illegal, fake president, then the military has, under the authority of law, the duty and responsibility in pursuit of the oath that they took to defend the Constitution and the people. The military has the obligation to take control of our government because it is being seized by an illegal administration. So I hope that answers the question. I wish I could tell you that I knew that for a fact, that a general had called me or President Trump had called me. Nobody's called me and told me that. But I try to look carefully to make sense out of the events that are occurring to us at the present time. And I have some strong confidence that what I believe is happening will turn out to be, in fact, what is happening. I pray that it is.
The next is a two-part question. I'm going to combine two, one from Monica and the other from Brittany. I'm starting to feel like Trump never had a plan. We deserve the truth and we want to believe, but we're losing hope and need more. So that's one part of the question. The other is there, it was more of a statement, I guess. Is there a plan in motion that we cannot see? Is there real physical evidence that Lin Wood is holding on to, and does he plan to release it if no action is taken from the evidence that's already been given to the Secret Service?
Well, let me say that I try to live in the spiritual world and analyze the real world through the prism of the spiritual world. I believe that when you believe in God and you put your faith in God, you live in the spirit world. Obviously, we have in the flesh, we have to live in the real world, but we analyze the real world knowing that, in fact, God is in control. So is there a plan? Yes. The plan is the plan of God. God, I think, is at work pursuant to a plan he made a long time ago to undertake what I believe the Bible describes as the second harvest, or the harvest that will occur before Jesus comes again. So I believe there's a plan. Now, does Donald Trump have a plan? I believe that Donald Trump is a man of God. I don't know when he found him, but I know when I spoke to him a couple of times that clearly I saw in him a man of faith. I think he told someone he wanted to be remembered as the president that prayed the most in the White House. So I believe that Donald Trump, when I did meet him in March, I told him that I thought he was doing God's will for this country. So God uses his children to carry out God's plan. That tells me that Donald Trump has a plan. I believe that Donald Trump knew what was going to happen, just as the military did. I think when Donald Trump looks at you as he leaves Washington, D.C. on January the 20th and says to you, I'll be back, maybe in a different form, but the best is yet to come. That tells me that Donald Trump is never going to abandon this country. He said he's never going to quit. I look at the body of his life's work. Donald Trump is not a quitter. Donald Trump didn't go through and put his family through the abuse that he took when the media propagandized the Trump derangement syndrome, which was not consistent with his life, but was propaganda designed to brainwash the public against the man. I don't believe President Trump withstood that barrage of false attacks just to walk away and give this country to a communist. I believe Donald Trump is a man of principle. Is he a flawed man? Sure, we all are. But is Donald Trump a principled man? I believe he is. So that I think he does have a plan. And I think that that plan will be instituted. If it's not, and I think it is being now, I think that it's going to come to fruition. And I believe that President Trump is right. I think the next few years, maybe longer, are going to be the best years we've ever had. Because Donald Trump promised on the day he was inaugurated in 2017, he said then that for far too long, a ruling class of elites had run this country and used it for their own benefit, and that he was going to return this country to the people. He said it in 2017. I think he undertook to do that for the next 4 years. I don't think he's through, so I think he has a plan. I hope that answers the question.
As best as we can ask you to. Ginge Lynn, and I'm probably butchering the name here, asks about the executive orders that we were referring to. There were supposedly 17 signatures put to paper on Biden's first day, 15 of which were executive actions. Why can't the majority of them, Mr. Wood, be found on any register? And can you speak to the videos circulating around depicting what appear to be blank pieces of paper? What is this?
Well, a fake president puts out fake information that's conveyed by fake media. There was a movie that I recall watching years ago called Wag the Dog. And I've intended to go back and watch it again, but it was really where the media in Hollywood came up and produced kind of a fake president to get around the scandals of the candidate. And we're kind of reliving that. I think we're wagging the dog. The inauguration, I think, was taped in advance and maybe then carried out on the day, but clearly a tape was made of it that was shown hours before it was broadcast allegedly live in the United States. I've seen some of the things about blank pages being signed. I can't authenticate that, but candidly, it wouldn't surprise me. Anyone that has objectively watched Joe Biden over the last many months knows that he is suffering some type of mental deficiency. I've heard rumors from brain cancer to simply Alzheimer's. I don't know what's wrong with Joe Biden, but he does not seem to be mentally competent, not competent enough to be president of the United States. So maybe he is signing something in blank that somebody's filling out later. I don't know the legal impact of something being on or not on the Federal Registry, but I do know this. I know that fraud vitiates everything. That means, for example, that when the Senate went through the motions of accepting the certification of the votes on January the 6th, if there was fraud in this election, that act means nothing. I also know that this election was conducted under a declared emergency from Donald Trump in 2018 when he set out an executive order the problem that we thought would arise, and that would be foreign interference in our national election. I know that there was a state of emergency declared that allowed FEMA to disperse itself and money from the government to any area in the country where they might need to mitigate damage, natural or unnatural. So either this election was void because it was taken under an emergency situation, or it's void because it was found to be the result of fraud by the military, or it was determined by the appropriate people in our government to have been an act of fraud where foreign countries, and I could name the countries because I know them, got directly involved with people in our country in the highest positions in our government to try to steal this election because they were trying to do what their communist superiors or the people they were indebted to or the people that had blackmailed them, because that's what they had to do, and they did it. So I think a lot of people have a lot to answer for in this country. I think there have been hundreds, if not more, thousands of acts of treason. And when the day comes, there's going to be accountability, because I believe that truth will be exposed and every lie will be revealed.
Chris asks, are you working directly with Sidney Powell and General Michael Flynn, or both? And where have they been, if you know the answer to that? And then what is fact versus what does Linwood believe? That's kind of a deep question. So I'll give you time to answer that one.
Yeah, well, and let me go back to someone I think had asked, and I didn't really answer it directly, about, whether I had more evidence or things about what I was going to do with the evidence. Listen, I'm one lawyer. I don't represent the president. I don't advise the president. I took on my role in this matter because of my own personal feelings about the election in Georgia, about the national election, about my love for freedom, about my fervent belief that if we don't have an honest election, we have no government. Next time around, they'll just tell us who's going to be in office. They won't go through the millions of dollars of the charade of doing another fake election. And I did it because I care about children, little children. I've got my grandson who will be 2 years old in a couple of days. There are 470 or 80,000 children missing in this country. There's child sex trafficking and pedophilia that is the true pandemic in this world. I care about those little kids. So I have evidence, and I have revealed much of it, some of it, maybe not all. I have revealed it as best I could on social media. I don't have the authority to prosecute anybody. But when the whistleblower that I met with at length, who I know to be credible, when he puts out his testimony through my social media, he knows his life is at risk. He knows they know who he is. He's been tortured brutally. He and his wife live under the constant threat of death. But he came to me when I met with him, and he said, I'm prepared to tell the story publicly, knowing that they might try to kill him. I thought that getting his story out would be protective to him, because once his story's out, if they kill him, everybody knows it's true, don't they?
Yeah.
So maybe that prevents them from hurting him. So I do have more video from the whistleblower. I do intend to present it to different forums. I gave the entire transcript to the Secret Service 10 days ago. Let's hope they look at it and act on it. Somebody in government has got to see this. Somebody in government has got to say this is not going to stand. Somebody in government has to demand that it be investigated. It's been covered up by the very people who were involved in it. My whistleblower's evidence is from his testimony. It's consistent with prior interviews he gave years ago, 3 years ago. That's consistent with some documents he has. But there are documents in a lawsuit in Maryland where they brought fake charges against this man that are under seal, allegedly national security. No, it's not national security. They put them under seal because they wanted to keep their own jobs secure and their own freedom secure, because they're criminals. They covered it up. I'd like to see if that document's still there. If somebody's destroyed it, That means that my client is telling you the truth. If it's not been destroyed, somebody needs to demand that the seal be lifted. And I'm told that the evidence that my whistleblowers presents is documented by recordings that involve John Roberts, that involve Rod Rosenstein, that involve others in things that are so heinous, the public is not going to want to believe it. Pedophilia, plans to kill Supreme Court justices to pack the court, serious questions about why people were discussing the successor to Justice Scalia before he died allegedly of a sudden heart attack. The level of evil, the level of criminality that pervades our government and our business leaders at the highest level is going to be so shocking that we're not going to want to believe it. But we better believe it, because if we don't demand that it be investigated and the people be held accountable and brought to justice, it's not going to stop. It's going to continue. They're going to continue to get away with it. And in the process, if they do, this country, this society is going to lose its humanity. We're close to doing that now when you learn about the things that have been done to children and to innocent people. I don't believe God's going to tolerate it any longer. I think he's tolerated it, allowed it to exist, to rise to a level where almost everybody objective knows the level of evil is so great, we've never seen anything like it before. They're almost laughing in our faces with it. I think God Almighty is getting ready to crush it. How he does it, only God knows.
Yeah.
When he'll do it, it'll be on his timing. But I don't believe that this world can continue to function unless this is brought about to major change, not just in America, but around the world. I think God's getting ready to change the world. Look at the countries and the governments that are now collapsing in Europe. You're going to see more.
We saw Arizona come out with somewhat of a new posture. Too little, too late. And second part of that, what has to happen for the Supreme Court of the United States to pick up cases like that one?
Supreme Court's got to decide to take them. Listen, the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court, the supreme law of this land. For some reason, they have not yet ruled on my writ of certiorari pending in the Georgia case, which I think is clearly good. The state legislature can only set forth the rules on a federal election. The only votes that can be counted in a federal election by law are the votes received on election day. Georgia was opening up ballots 2 weeks before the election. Pennsylvania was receiving votes after the election. I believe that the Pennsylvania case that's pending before the Supreme Court, ready for a ruling, I think we're going to get a ruling down the road pretty soon on it. I think we'll get a ruling on the Georgia case. In all 7 of the swing states, actions were taken by entities in those states other than the state legislatures to change the rules around special absentee ballots and mail votes. I don't think those actions by those states will stand upon Supreme Court scrutiny. So you literally could have a ruling from the Supreme Court that establishes the clear law that we only count the votes on election day. I think those votes can be easily tabulated. I think they already have been. And I think the people that tabulated them know that Donald Trump won an historic landslide election. But what are you going to do about it, Stu? If you come out immediately after the election and said it was a fraud, this country would have been in turmoil because everybody that was brainwashed would have believed that Trump was trying to steal an election that Biden won. Nonsense. Trump's not trying to take over the government. He's trying to save our government and our Constitution. So what have we got to do? We got to let them finish the crime. Let them certify the vote in the Senate. Let them actually swear this fake president in. Then the crime of fraud is complete. But we need some time so that people understand this is not an act instigated by Donald Trump. What's going to happen is going to be the result of the military's evaluation of this. They're not partisan. They don't care if it's Trump, Biden. They don't care if Harry Truman came back to be president. They're going to do their duty. Their duty was taken by the oath they gave to protect and defend the Constitution and we the people. They don't act for the president. They're not partisan. They act to protect this country and our people. I believe that you can trust the military. So they've got to have some time. because I think there are plans afoot to create street violence. I think they don't want that to be unfairly described as being caused by Trump supporters, because it's not. There's been a lot of fake incidents where people have tried to make it look like Trump supporters were creating violence, and they were not. I think we've also got a significant problem on our hand with China and with Iran. So the military has got a lot of pieces of their puzzle to put together to get ready for announcing what's happened with this election, to make sure the people understand what's happened and why. They've got to also be prepared to deal with street violence, where we have almost a little civil war that was planned by the opponents who want to take over our government, and also to plan from people like China, who I believe is getting ready to try to physically take over our government. So what I've just described to you will tell you there's a lot on the plate, a lot on the table.
The Supreme
It's not going to be
Court
resolved as quickly as I wanted it to be. And when I tried to give people information about timing, that probably was not the best decision on my part, but I wanted to be as honest as I could be so people could be prepared and have some understanding and keep their hope alive. I want them to keep their hope alive tonight. Don't lose the faith. If you don't trust a human being, that's not a bad idea. Trust God, because in the end, God is the only entity that can be trusted. He's Almighty God. Man can fail, but I believe that men are doing God's work, women are doing God's work, and America is going to remain free. As it was in the beginning, so it shall be in the end. I do not believe God is going to turn off the light in America that shines as the beacon for hope, for freedom around the world. I think he's going to turn it on high beam.
Amen. The Supreme Court put off a certain amount of cases until after January 20th. Arbitrary date, I don't know. Are these cases still pending?
The last I heard, my case was still pending. I know they denied, 5 weeks after I filed it, they denied a motion for an expedited review. Kind of figured that had been done. They didn't rule on it in 5 weeks. But they didn't deny the writ. Why not? They knew what it was about when they read my motion for emergency review. They haven't ruled on the Pennsylvania case yet. Why not? I don't know what people have planned. I don't know who's involved in the plan. But I believe to the core of my soul that there are patriots in this government still. And I think there are more patriots than there are traitors, even though we got a lot of traitors. So I believe that the people that are charged with the responsibility of making sure the laws of this country are carried out and enforced, I think they're still there. And I think they're going to make sure that right is right and the law is enforced. And when it is, Donald Trump will be president of the United States for 4 more years. If we have street violence, we'll defeat it. And if China makes the mistake of starting a war with us, or Iran makes that mistake and China gets involved, we will defeat them. Because our country always unites against a common foe. Will there be difficult days? Yes. Could there be possible loss of life? Yes. But America has always fought for freedom. And America, while we may have a fake president who doesn't want us to be free but wants to give us to China, the American people, probably by now over 100 million, are never going to let it happen. Somebody asked me right after this election farce on November the 3rd, what's going to happen? I said, I don't know. If the courts are going to deal with it, maybe not. The legislatures, maybe not. Because we've been taken over by communism without them firing a shot. So that's why our system seemed to have, and institutions seem to have failed us. But I said then, and I'll say now, this country belongs to the people. God gave the people the power. He didn't give it to Mitch McConnell. He didn't give it to Mike Pence. He didn't give it to John Roberts. He didn't give it to any business. He didn't give it to any piece of government. He gave it to the people. And the people will decide who's going to be their president. The people will decide that this country is going to be free and remain free. So I said then, and I'll say now, the decision and what happens in this election and who rules this country will be determined by we, the people. We have all the power. We're going to do it in a lawful way. But if they cross the line with us, the people, just like we did in 1776, will take the necessary action so that our country is free and not subject to the tyranny of a foreign power.
Talking to Lin Wood right now. Lin, what about corruption in the courts? How can we get cases heard if those charged with hearing them are part of the cabal that wishes to protect themselves at the cost of our republic?
We got to get the crooked judges and the corrupt judges and the communist sympathizers out of the judiciary. Until we do that, we're not going to get fair rulings. There was a program developed by the CIA called Hammer and Scorecard, software program they used to rig elections in third world countries. Yep, that's what our CIA was doing. Then they started using it in America, and they expanded it. They got into things like the Smartmatic software. They got into stuff like the Dominion voting machines. They got into using a government satellite in Italy, servers in Frankfurt, Barcelona. But then over time, they developed another program called Sunrise. Sunrise allowed the CIA to illegally monitor the electronic communications of members of the military. They check the emails, the phones, the text. They get information that they can use to exert pressure, maybe even blackmail. But then guess what they did? They developed a software program called Sunset. Sunset was designed to illegally monitor the electronic communications of Title III judges. Title III judges are your district court judges in federal court, and they are your circuit court judges in the courts of appeals on the federal level. You see, what they've been doing is filtered down to the population. I think you'll find down the road the CIA is heavily involved in Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. What does Facebook and Instagram provide information-wise? It tells the people that see it and collect it and analyze it, the activities of individuals, the things they like, the things they do, sometimes embarrassing information people post on it.
Yeah.
And then Twitter tells you what people's views are politically, how they react to things. When you give that kind of information to a body like the CIA or other nefarious actors, they can manipulate you. They can threaten you. They can ultimately control you. I think people ought to get off Twitter. They ought to get off Facebook. They ought to get off Instagram. They ought to wait until there's a secure way to speak to people, like Telegram. Telegrams, the servers are overseas. They can't manipulate it or shut it down. Maybe in the near future, the government will brand and certify forums as being secure. Information is power. And there's been a lot of our private information that has been used against us because they obtained it illegally. So we've got to get us from the top to bottom. We got to clean house. We got to get rid of this illegal surveillance that's not allowed to be done by the CIA within the borders of the United States of America. The FBI has been involved. The FBI is corrupt. I knew that when I represented Richard Jewell in 1996.
Yeah. So
we got to clean out CIA needs to go back to being a paper pusher. It needs to go back to being a spy based on papers.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI, I don't know what you're going to do with it. There's a lot of good agents, but boy, the head of that snake needs to be cut off because it's been corrupt for years, almost like the cleanup person for the CIA messes they create. We got to get a Justice Department that's not subject to blackmail, extortion, and undue pressure that'll go out and actually investigate and prosecute crimes. We got to get legislators in there that represent the people, that don't go out there just to represent corporations or represent the people that lobby for them and give them tons of money. How in the world is it that some of these people have been in government for so long on a government salary and they live in multi-million-dollar houses and they got $100 million in the bank account? Something's not right. We got to clean it out in the legislatures. So we got to get this year, 2021, has got to be a year to clean it up because we found the mess when we saw it more clearly in 2020. That's what's got to be required. Top to bottom, clean the house, and let's get back an honest government that works for the people. Remember, when the Constitution was formed, when it was written, they made it clear that the power belonged to the people. God gave it to the people. And that the people would allow government to do certain things. That's the Constitution. It's turned around in the last 240 years or so afterwards, where we think, unfortunately, we've been brainwashed to believe that the government has the power, that we have to do what the government says. That is nonsense. It defies our founding fathers and how they established this country. Government does what we want it to do. We pay those dead-gum people's salaries. They work for us, and they have abused us. They've taken advantage of us for their own financial interests, for their own perverted pleasures, for their own schemes of criminality. There's been corruption in the White House for many administrations. There will be no more corruption in the White House. It's got to be cleaned out. Donald Trump is not a corrupt man. He has been falsely portrayed by the propaganda, and I believe he's there as a man of God, and he's going to clean it up so that one day when this is over, I'm telling you, I said it a few weeks ago, I think Donald Trump's going on that spot on Mount Rushmore as one of the greatest presidents that ever served this country. Don't give up on Trump. I've said from the beginning, he's going to trump them all. God created Donald Trump to be the President of the United States at this time in our history. God doesn't make mistakes.
Some questions are harder than others. Some are just downright rude. As a friend of the show and as a brother in faith, I've decided to just ask it of you anyways because you're a man with a backbone. What do you say to somebody like this John Doe on Twitter who writes cowardly behind an alias like that? Quote, tell him to put up or shut up with his stories. I don't believe a word that man says, and neither should any of us without the evidence.
Well, is John Doe a person hiding behind Twitter, or is John Doe an artificial intelligence bot created by Jack Dorsey and the CIA? But let's assume the man is, or a woman, or whoever John Doe is, let's assume he's a real person who doesn't have the courage to put his name on his message. Tell me to put up or shut up. What in the world has he been doing the last 2.5 months? I have produced evidence. We have produced a mountain of evidence of fraud. The media won't tell people about it. The courts won't look at it. They act like it doesn't exist. They dismiss cases based on standing, and then the media says, whoa, got thrown out, no evidence of fraud. Nonsense. They didn't look at it. So we have I put out videotapes of a whistleblower. I've put out documents. So we have put up, and old John Doe's the one that needs to shut up. How about that?
Fair enough. I like it. Lynn, you've been extremely gracious and more than generous with your time. You've answered the questions that we selected that were asked of you by concerned patriots and hopeful Americans. And I know that you turn down hundreds of interviews every week. I'm truly grateful for the trust that you've placed in me, and I'm proud to call you a friend. And so I'd like to offer the floor to you to speak freely with any message that you may have for the world right now.
Well, my message is simple. We don't control anything. I believe strongly in God. And I believe that God controls everything because he created everything. So I would tell people, trust God. Wait on the Lord. And his timing, this will be dealt with. From a standpoint of trying to go back into the real world for a moment, which is essentially a lie, I would tell people to search hard for truth givers. Not that many of us. When you find one, listen carefully to what that person says. Lastly, I'd like to say this. There have been some of us, and many of us, more than people know, people that have worked with Mike Flynn and Sidney Powell and me, solid Americans that have put a lot of time into helping us develop information, analyze data. But the people out there that want freedom, they can't be freedom. I heard someone use the phrase freedom freeloaders. Everybody's got to get in the fight because they all got a dog in the fight. Maybe it's to write your congressman, your U.S. attorney, your mayor. People have got to demand investigations into what's going on in this country, both from an election fraud standpoint and from criminality. Literally, pedophilia and child sex trafficking, which the media has always ignored. So everybody's got a dog in the fight if you love freedom. Everybody's got a dog in the fight if you love little children, if you love free and honest elections. So it's going to be up to each individual to decide what to do, but everybody needs to do something. As John F. Kennedy said, one man can make a difference, but every man should try. In the end of the day, we're talking about our humanity. What kind of a civilization and society do you want to live in? If you don't like what's going on, do something about it. Don't rely on someone else to do it for you. It's your freedom. It's your society. It's your humanity. It's time for we the people to band together and demand that there be change, that there be honesty, that this country remain free.
Lynn Wood, defamation lawyer, Trump supporter, unapologetic, God-fearing American patriot. You can find him on Telegram exclusively at Lynn Wood Speaks Truth. Lynn Wood, thank you so much for being here. I can't thank you enough.
I just wanted to give you guys a taste of that interview, saying how we don't have time for the whole thing. How am I going to stop Lynn Wood from talking? I shouldn't, and I wouldn't. Great interview, fantastic questions, and thank you for that. That was fantastic. So, guys, I need to wrap it up, but a couple things that I just want to say that, Vincent, I know you mentioned that those court cases don't really matter anymore, and I agree from a standpoint of we've jumped into military control, and all that is, it's more about not in the DOJ court of law regarding the election, but a military tribunal court of law because of the treason and the foreign interference in the election. So to me, that's just I didn't even want it in the Supreme Court. I didn't even want it in the other courts. Why? Because 17 told us that military is the only way. And when 17 tells us military is the only way, I'm going to go with that. So, that's why I knew when I was in D.C. on the 6th that, and I told you before I went, that I didn't think Pence was going to stop the electoral vote call for Biden because military is the only way. And if they did that, then we wouldn't need the military to bring about this transition of power. So at any rate, so great catch on that, Vincent, I think. And also, we'll connect and maybe do something on. There's so much, folks, that I want to do with the broadcast, with the Truthcast. This step outside of the mainstream media and the things that are happening, but it's kind of like we've been such in go mode and focusing on what's right ahead of us that we're not getting into the other things, and I want to do more of that. I've done a little bit of that with my podcasts. If you haven't seen my podcasts, I don't even know where you can find them, but I post them on Facebook. And they're, so at any rate, all is well. Thank you, Sneds. Great to hang with you tonight. Let's close with a prayer and call it a night and come back tomorrow night ready to roll. There's still well over 1,800 of you here in the theater with me. So this is cool. Thanks for a great show, Dave. Breath of fresh air every time. Amen, brother. Thank you for that. I can't read that, who that is, because you're red on blue. That Patriot Man. Awesome. Thank you for that. Awesome. Joe, they all need to go into the ground. Christy, you got something for me in DM. Let me check that out. Thank you. I haven't spent much time in there in that DM there. Okay, so this is okay. Okay, so this is. I was actually just looking at that. I was actually just looking at the statue in front of the White House. The statue in front of the White House is of Andrew Jackson. Okay, Andrew Jackson was the last person, the last president to execute somebody for treason. Okay, so how appropriate and here is the statue. Let me pull it up for you here. Let me see what I got. Where's my stuff here? Okay, no, don't want to do that. Alrighty. Hold on. Where'd it go here? Oh, here we go. Okay. Getting a little tired here tonight, folks. And it's about time for me to call it. Here is the statue in front of the White House. Yeah. No, that's not it. Hold on. Okay. Let me pull it up here for you. Okay, so this is the statue in front of the White House. And in the bigger picture of things, that 3-level or 4-level gallows are between this statue and the White House. Okay? Also, on the wall of the White House Oval Office, when President Trump was there, not when Joe Biden was there, was a portrait of Andrew Jackson. Okay? And so considering that Andrew Jackson was the last one to execute somebody for treason, should definitely be in our minds as a possibility for those being gallows, and certainly for justice to come. And they executed him on the White House lawn. Thank you, Amanda, for that. I don't get the sunrise, sunset. I might be missing that. But let me see. Okay. The Scavino. I think this angle, let me see here. I think this angle is Jefferson. I think that picture is Jefferson. I think the other wall is Jackson. The other wall. But at any rate, so we got that going for us there with that. And I'll pony up on the Andrew Jackson bit on exactly how that went down. But it's I'll get into more of that later. And also from Shelley, let's see, from Lori Kirk, maybe it's just me, but I think we should all handwrite Donald Trump a letter or postcard of thanks and well wishes and send them by snail mail to President Donald J. Trump, care of Mar-a-Lago Club, 1100 South Ocean Boulevard, Palm Beach, Florida. Think about it, 74 million plus pieces of physical mail going to Mar-a-Lago. That would be hard for the leftist media to ignore. Just do it and pass this on. I love that idea. Fantastic. Let's see. There. Pam is saying wear badge around the neck under clothes, leave button undone to be able to get the badge out, white buttons to dark buttons. I like that. I like that, Pam. But the question is, was she a police officer or was she really his wife? We don't know, but man, did that look like really, really sketchy, right? Let's see. Okay, cool. Let me see what else we got here. Let's see. Awesome. Let me pull up one more thing here. Obama and former Prime Minister of Italy, so, there's a connection to Obama, Renzi, are holding a secret meeting today. Experts, including Papadopoulos, suspect meeting linked to Spygate scandal. Now, this was June 17th, 2019, and this former president is going around the world tracking Trump and having his own meetings. Okay? Rumors swirling that fired Italian spies were connected in plot to eliminate Trump. Okay? The Gateway pundit reported on rumors swirling that the recent firings of top Italian spies were related to Obama and a plot to set up a candidate and President Trump during the 2016 election. Prime Minister Conte asked for the resignation of 4 top intelligence officials after his call with President Donald John Trump. And now another internet sleuth has uncovered some shocking news related to the recent removal of these top Italian intelligence ministers from their positions as top spies in the government. So let's look up this. And Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte to resign on Tuesday amid political tumult. Okay, so same guy. All right. He will resign on Tuesday, further deepening the country in political crisis. In a statement, his office said Conte will offer his resignation to the presidential palace after informing his intentions to the Council of Ministers, which is to convene by 9 a.m. Tuesday. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So same guy, and the supposedly leaving because of coronavirus, but who wants to bet that it's much deeper than that? Okay. All right, folks. Good stuff. Thank you, Christy. Thank you all for sending in your stuff. If I didn't get to your stuff tonight, you know how it rolls. Sometimes we get to it, sometimes we don't. But my apologies for some of the really great work that's being done that we might not have time for. But that's just kind of how this rolls when you start opening stuff up to others. And and we'll have some more stuff tomorrow. And so some of the stuff that I didn't get to tonight might get to tomorrow. Okay, let me see. And we'll get to some stuff. Okay. That'll be for later. All right, guys. What a great night. Thank you for being here. Let's pray real quick if you would so choose to join me. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together this evening, and thank you for the pursuit of truth, and thank you for the strength to carry on and to deliver truth as I find it. Thank you for Todd and Cindy. Thank you for all the mods, for all the great work that they do in the support of this broadcast. And thank you for the viewers to come and hang out and be a part of this community. And please, Lord, strengthen Donald John Trump and his family and his team, and also strengthen Q and the Anons and the Autists, keyboard warriors, and Snedheads, and all that are working diligently to spread this message, to spread the energy, the frequency of truth that will permeate all darkness, cast a light on it all, and expose it all, as we step into a new paradigm, a new planet together without those that mean to destroy us. We thank you for the Holy Spirit. We thank you for the Lord Jesus Christ. And we thank you for the grace with which you bestow upon us. Dear Lord, please watch over the snedheads that are having difficulty and all people who are having difficulty during this time. And just let them know that this too shall pass, and we will enter a new paradigm, a new world where it will be so magnificent. And a special prayer to the children who almost drowned, Lord. Please strengthen them, bring them back, bring their brains back, bring oxygen into their brain to change any harm, any damage that may have been done. Lord, for these beautiful, innocent children, please watch over them and bless them. Thy will be done. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, folks. Love you all. Good night. See you tomorrow, 6:15. Please share the good word. All my best. Love.